most recent lies the Epstein files, what's going on with Epstein, etc. in the last handful of months. You would have heard around 2 months ago that the Wall Street Journal, I believe, no, the Washington Post reported 2 months ago that Trump had sent a letter to Epstein detailing a depiction of a naked body of a woman. Some are saying it's not the naked body of a woman, but rather a girl. And immediately after, the Wall Street Journal reported this alongside the contents of the letter detailing how him and Donald Trump have something in common that they keep secret. And Donald Trump wants Jeffrey Epstein to have a great 50th birthday with new wonderful secrets every day. The response from the White House 2 months ago when this reporting came out was to deny it, was to say that it's fake. J.D. Vance, for instance, called it complete, total, and utter bullshit. Donald Trump said, well, he's never drawn before. He's not a big drawer, and he would have never sent this letter to Epstein. In fact, Donald Trump then turned around and sued the Wall Street Journal. I think that's who reported it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Claiming that it was all fake and that it was defamatory. Now here is the zinger, okay? Because once again, here's where we're at. Wall Street Journal reports Trump sent a letter to Epstein detailing a depiction of a naked woman with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Trump calls it fake. JD Vance blasts it as bullshit. Charlie Kirk and all of the other right-wing pundits call it fake too. Yesterday, the letter was released. The letter was released by Congress. A House subcommittee released the letter that Donald Trump had sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this letter was included in a greater quote-unquote birthday book that Ghislaine Maxwell had compiled for Epstein on his 50th birthday in 2003. And it didn't just include the letter that Donald Trump had sent to him, but also a bunch of other grotesque shit. I mean, from the contents that have been made public, which is a lot of it, nearly everything in the quote-unquote birthday book. It is seriously mind-numbing. It is very grotesque. It is just abysmal. So once Congress released the letter that Trump had sent to Epstein yesterday, the Trump administration once again turned around and said that it was fake because Donald Trump's signature on this letter in 2003 was different from the signature that he uses today. So they called it fake. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and throw that up on screen right now. I'm going to show you the letter that Trump sent to Epstein that was released by Congress yesterday. Let's go to get that one pulled up real quick. And you could see the depiction of the body of a woman or girl alongside Trump's signature on the bottom. Okay? But here is why that signature isn't fake. Okay? Because Donald Trump used the same signature on other letters from that same time period. I'm going to go ahead and show you that now. If you look at the screen, what you will see on top is the signature off of the document that I just showed you, Trump's letter to Epstein. And then right below that, you'll see a letter that he sent to a lady by the name of Lillian Volk in 1995 with the same signature. Then below that, once again, with a letter he sent to Larry King in 99. Now, you'll see the same signature in other documents that I don't have on screen, such as books that he signed that are up for auction today. So I'm going to run you guys through why we know that this is a real letter that Trump sent to Epstein and why it is not just insane, but illogical and absurd to reject that that is a real letter that Trump had sent to Epstein. So first and foremost, the book itself has been released. Not just the letter that Trump sent to Epstein, but the book with the other 237 pages, not just Trump's letter. So the full 238-page birthday album is public. It contains letters from dozens of individuals that Maxwell had solicited from Epstein's friend, including one from Dr. Stephen Levy, dated December of 2002, which explicitly says, and I quote, "You can never imagine the surprise I felt when Ghislaine first contacted me about writing something for your memory book," end quote. This shows that Maxwell is actively recruiting contributors for the project, not just Trump, and it is cross-verified against multiple people. So it's not just him. Now, point number two, why you should believe that this is real, is because the scale and the content make a forgery impossible. You know, this book isn't just a few loose pages. It's not just Trump's letter to Epstein. It includes dozens upon dozens of never before seen photographs of Epstein woven together with letters, drawings, and notes. A forger would have to fabricate an entire 238-page album just to target Trump, which is implausible on its face, considering the fact that multiple people were asked to contribute in 2002 and 2003 and have confirmed that they submitted letters to Ghislaine Maxwell for this very book. Their testimony eliminates any question that the book is authentic and was made in 2003. Okay? So TikTok, 1,100 people hanging out with us over on YouTube. If you are MAGA, if you support Trump, and you want to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you support Trump, go ahead and hop in that queue. We'll get you loaded in. Just make sure that you're following the rules. You got to be at least 18 years old. You got to be an adult, and you have to support Donald J. Trump as president. And let me tell you, today we are going to be talking a lot about Epstein, a lot about Donald Trump's association with him, and a lot about this letter. I need to know how there are still millions of Americans that are supporting Trump, even though he's sending pictures and letters to Epstein that are with the body shape of either a young woman or even a teen girl, as some people are saying on the internet, with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." You know, how they still support him, not after just that, but also perving and boasting about perving on the bodies of teens at Miss Teen USA on Howard Stern's podcast. How can you still support him after these things? I mean, that is outrageous. But let's go to get that very first guest up in here. You know, these are the questions that we have today. Let's see if somebody can answer them. Just once again, make sure if you're in that queue that you're following the rules. I would really appreciate that from you guys. I'm already looking at the first guest in the queue. They're 15, TJ. Come on, get out of there. And let's load up Gage NPC right now. Hey, what's up, Gage? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gage. Come on, gotta be at least 18. You're maybe 13 max. Come on, guys. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the live right now. Hop in that queue if you are of age and you support Trump. Just make sure that you're following those rules. Obviously, we have some questions that we want the Trump supporters to answer. And if you get in that queue and you're not a Trump supporter, you're just kind of slowing the stream down. And I will ban you. What's up? Are you MAGA? And banned. No, they're not. We're going to ban them too. All right, moving on to the next guest. Once again, make sure that we're following those rules, guys. Just got to be an American adult that supports Trump. As well as Belly, thank you for the very first donation of this stream over on Super Chat, saying happy belated birthday, you brilliant star. Appreciate all your work. Thank you so much, Belly. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for the $20, the kind message, and the very first donation of the stream. Huge shout out to Belly down below in those live chats while we're looking for the very first guest of the day. Once again, if you are in the queue over on TikTok, just make sure that you're an American adult that is pro-Trump, pro-MAGA, and supports him as president. We already have over 8,000 people tune into the live stream, but we don't have one Trump supporter that wants to come up here and talk to us. I think that MAGA is broken and very quiet after what came out yesterday. What's going on, Armand? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay, and what time is it?
In Germany right now.
All right. I'm going to go to put the rules up on the screen, guys. Just keep in mind that you've got to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I am going to go and put the rules in the middle of the screen, though, just so everybody knows them. Once again, only join if you're an American MAGA and you are up here and ready to debate. Take a good look at the middle of your phone screen before you hop in that queue. Here we go, everyone. Emily, I appreciate you for the $1 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Emily. That is very
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Oh my gosh, how's it going, my brother?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump, man?
I support everybody.
Okay, so you're not answering my question. Do you think Trump is a good president? I'll get the last shot.
I think Trump has had some good policies.
Now, overall, do you think he's a good president? Like, if you could teleport back to November, would you vote for him?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There we go.
If I could teleport back to November, yes, I would vote for him.
You would still vote for him. Okay. All right. No, sounds good.
Yes.
You're in the right place. You're in the right place. Listen, I'm just going to start off the stream by asking you a question, considering everything that we were just sitting here talking about. How can you support Trump knowing that he sent a letter to Epstein detailing the body of either a naked woman or naked girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," as well as the fact that they're talking very cryptically about something that is better than money, better than fame, and it's something that they both have an interest in, but they just don't say it explicitly. How can you still support him after this letter?
So you're asking me how I would support Trump back in November, right? Back in November, this was not common news. This was not general news.
No, I'm asking you how you could support Trump today. The topic of the live stream is how do you still support Trump?
How do I still support Trump?
So how can you still support him even though he was best buddies with one of the most notable P3dios and sex traffickers of our age, and he's sending him letters with pictures of naked women or even a naked girl talking about how he wants Epstein's days to be filled with wonderful secrets, quote unquote.
How old were these women?
They were teenagers?
Is that confirmed?
It's Epstein.
Is it confirmed, though, that the pictures that Trump was sending were 13-year-olds, teenagers?
So it was a depiction. It was a drawing. In fact, I'll show that to you right now. We got to find it. So he sent a letter with a drawing of the figure of an individual. We got it up on screen now.
Okay, I've never seen this before. Let me take a look real quick.
Right. And I'll go ahead and read it to you, too. So Donald says, yes, there is. So it says, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald says, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Epstein says, nor will I, but I know what it is. Donald says, we have things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey says, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald says, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, that was clear to me the first time I saw you. Then Donald says, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. And once again, this is outlined by the figure of a woman or a girl with his signature on the bottom, according to the New York Times, is mimicking their pubic hair. And this was sent to Epstein in 2003.
Okay, yeah, that's a little disturbing, if you want to ask me, you know?
And how can you still support him?
I think that some of the things that Donald Trump has done is very beneficial to this community. Number one, I think the border crisis was a big, fantastic movement towards securing this country, because I think there needs to be a due process. I think there needs to be a lot more security behind people coming into this country. I think the way that people are getting deported is insane. I do think that there needs to be a little bit of regulation behind that, and that is not 100% appropriate.
So you still support him, even though he was talking to Epstein, best buddies with him, sending him weird letters such as the one that we just showed on screen, which in my mind makes it clear that at the bare minimum, Trump knew exactly what Epstein was doing. And a more liberal interpretation would be that he was doing it with him. You still support him, even though he did those things.
I think
don't cut me off.
Really...
Don't cut me off. So you still support him, even though he's done those things, because you like how Trump has handled the border?
No, I think that
So then I want you to be clear here. Why do you support him as president?
I'm going to be clear on what you just asked me. Look, I think that if Epstein was really this huge child molester, this huge child rapist, I think that if Epstein was truly that person, I think there would be a lot more proof, a lot more pictures, videos. I don't think we would just. There is. I don't think we would be.
Wait. There is. I'm so sorry. There's about 30 years of proof. If you were to start reading all of the court documents, all of the files, all of the testimony of the victims, all of the different court cases, all the other 237 pages from this birthday book, and all of the surrounding documentation, photographic evidence, other people involved in and colluding with Epstein, including the court cases surrounding Ghislaine Maxwell, you would probably be reading for around a year straight. So you're telling me here, if it was true, there'd be a lot more proof. There's enough proof for you to decipher, read through, and look at, for you to sit down, pick it up, and continue to read it for a year straight, my friend.
Yeah. I believe that there would be enough proof.
You could watch documentaries on this. You could look at the flight logs, the testimony of the hundreds of victims, the pictures, the other pages from this birthday book.
Let's say my friend, right? I have a friend, right? Let's say he got into some shady business, right? That I didn't know about. He got into some shady business. I didn't know about it. I went to hang out with said friend. Now I'm being tied in this international scene of that could be a possibility.
So now you're saying that it's possible that Trump just didn't know about it. I think that the letter proves you wrong. So when somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer was serial killing, let's imagine here for a second that Jeffrey Dahmer had a best friend, and we figured out that this best friend of Dahmer's was traveling everywhere with him in his car, hanging out. Dahmer had a framed picture of Dahmer and the best friend on his desk. Dahmer was literally telling his victims about his best friend, and then we figure out that Dahmer's best friend actually sent Dahmer a letter with a picture of a decapitated head on a plate, and the statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Do you think that we could obviously reason ourselves to the conclusion that that best friend knew exactly what Dahmer was doing?
No.
Okay, and this is where you become an absurd, crazy person. So this absurd, crazy person not only just gave us the least intuitive, least obvious BS answer ever to the question I just asked him, but he also even denied that Jeffrey Dahmer was exploiting children. Sorry, not Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Epstein was exploiting children. Sir, so I just want to make it clear. I just want to make it clear. I just want to make it clear. Are you and all of the other MAGA cultists seriously pushing the red line to the point where, in order to still support Trump as president, you have to deny that Jeffrey Epstein was a serial child molester, and you have to give the least intuitive answers ever to these questions?
First of all, I'm not a MAGA cultist.
You are undeniably a MAGA cultist if you're going to sit here and defend Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm not defending Jeffrey.
You absolutely are defending Jeffrey Epstein.
No, I'm not.
Less than 3 minutes ago,
so
less than 3 minutes ago, you denied that Jeffrey Epstein had even abused children. That is defending Jeffrey Epstein. You just did. So is that where MAGA is at today? Literally defending Jeffrey Epstein? You should be ashamed of yourself. See, if this letter came out about anybody else ever, it would be single-handedly the largest scandal of their career. If this came out about Obama, if Obama was best buddies with Epstein, and this letter came out that he had sent to Epstein, Obama
was best buddies with Epstein too.
You're thinking of Clinton, not Obama.
If you don't think that every president that has been president, the last real president we had was John F. Kennedy, who was shot in the head because he started to.
Sir, you're thinking of Clinton, not Obama.
No.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of Obama. Okay. I'm thinking of Obama.
Okay. All right. Well, no, it's Clinton who's the Democratic president who was named by the victims. It's Clinton who's the Democratic president. That's also in the birthday book. It's Clinton who's involved with Epstein. And you know what my response to that is? Bye, Bill. Now I'm going to throw out my Bill Clinton hat. I'm going to sell my Bill Clinton meme coin, and I'm going to stop reading my Bill Clinton Bible.
Okay, look. So I'm here to gain understanding. Look, I'm not here to completely you know what I mean? I'm here to gain understanding. So that's why I'm loving this argument. You know what I mean? Because I'm gaining understanding in a way. But I believe that every president within the last decade has been involved in shady business within Jeffrey Epstein, within the Jewish reign. I believe that
Jewish reign? What the fuck are you talking about? Is that your argument? Oh, just blame it on the Jewish people? Is what? How do we get there?
Oh shit, was my microwave phone not on?
How do we get there? So I give you undeniable evidence that Trump, at the bare minimum, knew exactly what Epstein was doing when he was best friends with him. And your response is to say, well, but the Jewish people.
Look, I believe that, there was just a picture released of Epstein wearing an IDF sweatshirt. Somebody said he's self-projecting. Nah, I just believe that a lot of this stems from the Jewish presidency, and that, I don't know what his name is, Netanyahu, but there are too many.
I don't want you to call the state of Israel, Zionism, or Netanyahu the Jewish people. Okay, right? Not every Jewish individual is a Zionist, and not every Jewish individual supports Netanyahu, the state of Israel, or the leadership of the state of Israel.
Okay. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. I thought everybody that lived in
And now if you're telling me that because you saw a picture of Epstein like wearing an IDF sweatshirt, this means that the IDF was in collusion with him when he was abusing children. What does it mean when he has a picture of him and Trump framed on his desk?
What?
You heard me. What does it mean when he has a picture of him and Trump framed on his desk with Trump sending him letters like the one I just showed you? If you're willing to say because you saw a picture of him wearing an IDF sweatshirt, that must mean that the IDF and the leadership of the state of Israel was involved with him too. Listen, man, I don't like the state of Israel. I'm anti-Israel. I'm just simply asking you to maintain logical consistency here.
Yeah, no, I agree. Okay. I believe that him and Epstein were friends at the moment. Maybe when Epstein had become this man that he is today, he's dead now, but you know what I mean, when he had become the rapist and the person that he is, that everybody is claiming him to be, there's been no pictures or evidence of Trump being with him then. You feel me? And
I've already made it clear how the letter tells us everything that we need to know about Donald Trump's knowledge at the bare minimum of what Epstein was doing. He's sending pictures of naked women or even possibly a naked girl to Epstein with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Once again, if we just reframe this as, let's say, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Every president has ties with him.
Well, exactly. So then when I give you an argument to demonstrate that Donald Trump knew exactly what Epstein was doing, now you're just saying every president, even if what you're telling us is true, and every president in modern American history has had ties with Epstein and was doing that shit with Epstein, get them all out. Get them all out.
I think that. All right.
Do you disagree with that conclusion?
I think that we need new ownership. I think that we need children to be saved. I think that. I mean, I just saw something about.
So do you agree or do you not with that conclusion? If you're saying that every president in modern American history was colluding with Epstein and was doing shit with him, do you agree with the conclusion that therefore you shouldn't support any of them?
But it's one or the other. Like, you have to support somebody. They are our presidents. You know, I mean.
Wait, so are you saying that Kamala Harris was also involved with Epstein?
Yes.
She would have been in her 20s. How would a 20-year-old woman be involved in Epstein? They'd probably be a victim.
He was probably rubbing on his thighs.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. You sick POS. Let's go and get that next guest up here. Hop in at Q if you support Trump. We'll have you up and we'll have a conversation. We got Luke loading in. Everyone just give us a minute so we could get that next guest connected. Hop in that key if you support Trump. Oh, man. Dude, they're delusional. They are so delusional. This is MAGA. This is MAGA. These are the people that support the president. Paula, I appreciate you for that $50 super chat over on YouTube. That is incredibly kind of you. While we're looking for that next Trump supporter to join up and have a conversation with me, show some love to Paula down below in that chat. Thank you so much. Paula with the $50 says, "Thank you for teaching these knuckleheads how to think." Dude, they don't learn. That guy, he didn't learn. He didn't learn at all. He was just spewing incoherent gibberish. Unreal. That's the type of person that's supporting the president. Thank you so much for the $50, though. As well as, let's see here. Dustin, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And then Emily, thank you for the 10. I appreciate that, Dustin and Emily. Thank you so much, Dustin and Emily. As well as Donna with the 10 for your ongoing fight against ignorance. Thank you for the love, Donna. And Cheyenne with the 10 saying, "Dean, Charlie Kirk is coming to my friend and I's campus tomorrow. UVU, Utah Valley University. Might be there. Not sure, though. What's going on? Do you support Trump?" Okay, they're not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. Only up in that queue if you support Trump. Only up in that queue if you support Trump. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be at UVU tomorrow. I might. But right now, I'm not planning on it. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 33.
Okay, you're 33 and you support Trump? Okay, all right.
Yes, sir. Active duty, and I live in Georgia. So if you're looking for a Republican, MAGA, if that's the word you want to use, supporter out of the United States, I am your man.
So why do you support Trump?
So first off, the one thing I want to say about the kind of logic and thought process you've been going through is, first, like, you asked, do I support him as president? Well, if we're going to address him as president, then we have to address his actions from 2016 to 2020 and then 2025 to like current, right? You are addressing and purely addressing content that has not been proven and only being assumed about from 2003. Now, am I gonna defend his actions and say that Trump was a clear-headed and like non-misogynistic man back then? Absolutely not. But what I will say is that the policies that he ran on and the policies he was elected under.
Did you just say that letter wasn't proven?
I'm not saying it hasn't been proven. Now, it has been proven. No, listen to me. It has been proven that he wrote the letter. Sure. I'm not saying he didn't. Now,
so
the
assumption it's been proven.
Nope. If you want to be heard, then hear me.
Yeah.
If you want to assume his basis for writing that letter and the shapes that were on there, or the fact that it was an adult or a girl, like you literally made the assumption to try and get more followers and say, oh, it was a teenage girl. No, it wasn't. No one's proven if it was a teenager or an adult woman. Obviously, it was a female body. And obviously, he had interactions with Epstein. But again, you were asking, do I support the president? And as president, he ran on policies that he has followed through on, which is the presidential that's why people elected him, and that is what he did. People didn't elect him based on past things. If we want to go down that argument, people should never have elected Clinton or Obama, because back in early 90s and late 90s, they both came out against homosexual marriage and then later on changed their minds and said, no. So if you're going to base someone's characteristic or characterization of their political career based on past actions, then nobody in the recent administration, whether that be Obama or Clinton or Bush, should have been elected because their past statements contradicted what they ran on and what they supported. As Trump, as president, he has not only followed through with the promises he made on the campaign trail, and yes, you may disagree with those. So if that's the conversation you want to have, let's have that conversation. We're not going to get into actions that he may or may not have taken. Writing a letter, sure, he wrote the letter, but the assumptions about why he wrote the letter or the depictions he had on the letter, those are emotionally steering and are a complete debauchery for a debate. So let's not debate that because it's not proven. Nothing's been proven in court. So let's talk about his current policies as president, because that's your premise.
Okay, well, we're going to go through literally every single point that you just described to us. So first and foremost, I'm going to start off with your silly analogy to Obama, saying that, well, if you wanted to make considerations of somebody's past, who they are as a person, or what they've done before, therefore nobody should have supported Obama because in the 90s he was against GAY marriage. Well, actually, you should make those considerations. It just so happens to be the case that even though Obama was against GAY marriage in the 90s, so was the two people that he ran against for both re-elections.
Why do you keep saying GAY?
Because
why do you keep saying GAY? Because you don't want to be banned? Homosexual marriage.
You have to be really careful with what you say surrounding gay people on TikTok because they like to take you down for it. Now, are you going to interrupt me or can I finish?
No, I just wanted to clarify why you kept spelling out GAY.
You were just really curious?
Yeah, I am, actually.
Okay. All right. Well, next time, curiosity takes you over. Would you mind waiting for me to finish before you ask for clarification?
Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you so much. So once again, we're going to respond to every single point that you just made. We're going to start off with your silly analogy in comparison to Obama, where you said that, well, we shouldn't make any considerations whatsoever of who the person is that's running for president. We should only look at their agendas, because if you do make considerations of who the person is that's running for president, then nobody should have ever supported Obama, because it was the case that Obama was against gay marriage in the 90s. Actually, I'd respond to that by saying that you should have made that consideration about Obama. You absolutely should look at who the people are and what they stood for and what they've stood against in their past and what they've done. See, the presidency is necessarily a role of public service, not a role of self-service. So if individuals are running for the presidency that have engaged in actions that have demonstrated that they are narcissistic, that they are egotistical, that they don't care about other people, that they don't care about the well-being, the livelihoods, or what they do to others, then they're going to be unqualified to serve in a position of public service. Now, as it would relate to Obama, of course, anybody with a right rational mind should have voted for Obama, given who he was running against. Did you know that Romney was also against gay marriage in the 90s and was actually still against gay marriage when he ran ran against Obama, as it is not the Democratic platform, but rather the GOP platform that has been against homosexual marriage, not just in the 90s, but actually today? That's crazy. See, it's a comparative analysis of the candidate. So all things together, you should make that consideration that Obama was against gay marriage in the 90s. It just so happens that he was better than who he ran against within all regards. Now, I want to test your logic here because, once again, your assertion is that we shouldn't look at the pasts of these candidates. We shouldn't know who they are as people or what they've done, and we shouldn't care, as we should only look at the agenda that they're running on today. Well, I'm honestly going to see if you are going to be willing to debate yourself on this point by just simply asking you a very clear and easy to understand question. Are you ready?
I don't need clear. You can give it to me as convoluted as you want to get more clicks. Sure, go ahead.
I'll be clear. So once again, you're telling me and everybody else listening that we shouldn't make any considerations about who they are as people or what they've done in their past if we're going to vote for them or not vote for them as president.
That is not my assertion.
What was your assertion?
My assertion was we should vote for them based on the policies that they are projecting they will pursue as president. Now, if there is
and not look at who they are as people or what they've done before.
Can I answer your question or no?
Yeah, it just seems that you're affirming that what I said was right. We should look at their policies, not what they've done before, right?
Dean, I'm trying to answer your question. Please allow me to do so.
Clarify on it.
Okay. I am not saying that nobody as a voter in our American Republic should not consider the past actions of a candidate.
Wasn't that exactly what you were saying?
Nope. To your point,
okay.
With Obama, if you disagreed with the fact that he changed his position on homosexual marriage and you didn't want to vote for him, then don't. Obviously, people didn't consider that a big enough reason not to vote for him.
Yeah, because he's still better than the candidate that he ran against.
It seems your argument, as far as Trump is concerned, is that people didn't know his past actions, therefore couldn't vote with that consideration. Now, people did, however, can I finish your answer or finish your question? If people did know, maybe they would have voted differently, but they didn't. They did know, however, what his policies were. Trump, to your initial question and the reason why you accepted me on this live.
Well, remember, the question is, how do you still support Trump as president? So I was in the middle of responding to your claims.
It's not a claim. I hadn't even asked a question.
I was just simply clarifying on one point. That point being that you told us that we shouldn't make considerations of who the people are running for the presidency or what they've done before, and we should just rather look at their policy and agenda. That was a statement that you made. That was very clear to me and everybody else listening, right? Everybody watching can affirm that in the chat. But it sounds like you're switching up now. So I don't know. Let's be clear. Which one is it? Should I care that Donald Trump was best buddies with Epstein? Should I care that he went on Howard Stern's podcast and boast about perving on naked underage teenage girls? Should I care that he sexualized his own daughter? Should I care that he was held civilly liable for rape? Should these be red lines from ever supporting him as president? Tell me.
Okay, the claim and all of that stuff was ironed out back in 2015 when you ran the first time, and a whole bunch of people voted for him back in 2015, and he was elected at 2016, and they still had that consideration going into the election last November.
Just tell me, from your perspective, should I care about these things? Should they be red lines or not?
And my response would be, if you have no...
Should I care? Should I not care? Should these be red lines? Should they not be red lines? Make it clear.
Your question is trying to attack me rather than approach the topic on.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
Support Trump?
Wait, one second, sir. I'm asking you a question about what you think. So please answer my question. And if you think a question is an attack, well then, buddy, you're not in the right space because this is a debate space, not a safe space. Okay, right? So answer the question: should I care about these things? Should they be red lines?
Okay. Personally, again. If we're talking about me, absolutely. Those things should be red lines. Now, if you look back at the two presidential candidates last year, we had two. We had first Biden, which was kicked out, and thank God for that.
Well, now
then we had Harris. Okay, can I finish?
Do you mind if I just hop in here real quick? You've got
you
yourself...
are the worst debater, Dean.
Oh, Jesus. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if we're going to use words like Congress, give me my time back, Chairman. So last year we had Biden Biden was kicked off the Democratic ticket. That was a poor move by the Democratic Party to put in a new candidate late in the game. She was incoherent, didn't have clear policies, and had sat in the back seat as vice president for 4 years. Then she tried to run on policies she wasn't clear on. Trump ran on a very particular and ironed out policy guideline, as was published on his website for a year and a half before he actually won the election. All of those policies have been followed through with. If you don't like the policies, let's debate that. Your question that started this entire live stream is, do you still support Trump? And yes, because of his policies that he's taking action against. If you don't like those policies, let's debate those. We're getting into semantics that were back 20 plus years ago, things that happened 20 plus years ago. And yes, those are absolutely red lines for me. If you ask any conservative about a blanket person, are you okay with someone essaying a minor, which has not, again, been proven? Absolutely, they would say no. But if that is the premise you want to go off of, absolutely not. I would own up to that, and I would say absolutely. If he was proven guilty of that in a court of law, absolutely not. But he has not been proven guilty of that in a court of law. And you are making claims that make that seem that has happened when it hasn't.
Okay.
Yes,
So you're
Trump
telling
was
me-
on his flight logs. Clinton was on his
Let's
flight
stop.
logs.
Let's stop.
Obama was on his flight
my
logs.
friend, could I talk now?
Absolutely.
So you just told us that you would not support Trump as president if he was found guilty of child rape in a court of law, right?
Absolutely not.
But you still support him as president, even though he was found guilty of adult rape in a court of law?
He was not found guilty of rape. He was found guilty of defamation.
He was found guilty of defamation and guilty of rape.
He was not. He was found guilty of defamation, which is
could
why
read-
he's paying back Jeanne Carroll.
You could read the jury verdict form. They held him liable for defamation and they held him liable for rape or sexual abuse. So,
Can you pull up the jury form?
yes, I will. The jury ordered him to pay her $83 million for defamation and $5 million for the violent sexual abuse or rape of herself. I will happily show you the jury verdict form. If I'm right about the jury verdict form, will you still support Trump?
If you're okay, if you are right about him being actually accused in a court of
Adjudicated
law,
to have sexually abused or raped E. Jean Carroll.
okay, sexual abuse, yes, I would still support him. Rape, absolutely not.
Oh, sexual abuse is rape.
That's not true.
Wait, whoa,
There are
whoa,
two
so-
different
whoa,
legal
whoa,
justifications
whoa,
and legal definitions of those terms.
So
those are two different
I just want to be
things.
clear. Does your definition of grape include the forceful penetration of a female member with a man's fingers?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Does your definition of grape include the forceful penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers?
I would classify that as that.
Great. So then we agree that sexual abuse and grape are the same in this relevant sense. Now, if you think that there's a difference, like in other senses, like there's other actions of SA that you don't classify as grape, but yeah, you'd still hypothetically support a president if they did those things. That's wild. That's insane, right? But all that we need to know for this conversation is that you agree that sexual abuse in the sense of a man forcefully inserting his fingers into a female member is grape. So we're going to go ahead and get that jury verdict form pulled up right now. We're going to get that saved, downloads, E. Jean Carroll. That's what we're going to save it as, .png. And we will have it on the screen in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go ahead and read through this together. I'm going to explain it. I'll walk you through it. So we see there, question number 1 says, did Mr. Trump grape Miss Carroll? The jury selected no. The reason why the jury selected no is the action that they concluded they have sufficient reason to believe occurred was the forceful penetration of her female member with his fingers. However, in New York State at the time, they merely defined grape as a forceful penetration of a female member with a male member.
Where is
Now-
that written? Hold on. No, where is that written?
Where's that written?
Yeah, you're showing one form of evidence, which agreed.
Well,
like
we
it says
gotta
that
we gotta talk through these things.
Yeah, I know, right, which is what I'm trying to do. So you said no, but then you added a narrative that was not written anywhere on that piece of paper. So where is the
We're
legal
gonna have to.
form
We're,
that says why they said that?
why they said what?
Why did they select no on the jury form for no rape?
I just described that to you.
Well, no, you described a narrative. Where is that narrative from? Or is that a personal opinion as to why they selected that?
No, this is actually the opinion of the judge.
Where is that written?
Go on Google, type in "judge clarifies yes, Trump was found to have raped Eugene Carroll."
I'm not going to do that. If you're trying to show cause here, then show it to the rest of your followers.
I don't have a Washington Post subscription, but so that's why I can't screenshot it.
So the $50 that someone sent you can't go towards that
It can, but it hasn't.
because you don't want to show facts.
Whatever. I'll just show you like the hyperlinked. What do you call it? Like when you search it up on Google and you see the link before you click on it.
Okay, now I will.
You're being very demanding and having me do all the work for you.
Well, I can't share anything. You're the host. So if
Okay,
now
check
we
this out.
to get to the next
Can
point,
you read
they
this?
sexually.
Can you read this?
Yeah, judge clarifies. Yes, judge was found to have raped. What did the jury found
Eugene
Donald
Carroll.
Trump did to E.G.? Yes, understood. Even if it didn't fit the New York's law.
There you go.
Now, back to the jury form. Yes, it does say that he sexually assaulted. Now, again, there is no narrative that you're willing to show because
I
you
just
won't
showed
take
you.
the $10 to subscribe to the Washington Post to show why that judge says they selected
Wait,
yes.
you just
if
read
that
it because of the
narrative
New York
does
State law's
exist.
definition.
That you didn't show New York's law's definition. What you showed was a clip
I
from
showed you
Google.
what the judge said.
What you showed was a short snippet from a Google search
Right,
rather
from the
than the
Washington
whole article
Post.
because you can't take $10 from what people are sending you
Right,
to show
but
it.
we have all the sufficient reason that we need in order to make my claim clear, based upon the short snippet from the
Your claim is a definitive claim based on evidence that is not fully inclusive.
What evidence have I not provided to you?
The full Wall Street Journal or Washington Times article, dude. Like,
So why would the full article
you're
be
great
required?
at debating. You're awful at being a lawyer.
So why would the full article be required when like the sentence that it shows you, like before you click in on the link, demonstrates that the point is clear, right? Like once again, right, what you just saw from the article without me actually having to click on and in on it, it says, and I quote, "The judge clarified, yes, Trump was found to have raped Eugene Carroll. What the jury found Donald Trump did to Eugene Carroll was in fact rape, as commonly understood, even though it didn't fit the New York State law." That was the information that I do have from the article without having to pay for the subscription that demonstrates that my point is clear. Thank you.
Sorry, my microphone was turned off. Can we both agree that Google links and social media links pull emotional responses to get more clicks?
This is just literally reporting on what the judge said.
What you showed was not reporting on what the judge said.
Yes,
What
it
I'm
is. It
trying
literally
to-
says,
no,
judge clarified, yes, Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. That is reporting on what the judge said.
no, because you wouldn't click the link.
Oh my God. That we didn't have to click the link to see that. That was the name
again,
of the article.
Back to my initial question. Would you agree that social media
Oh my
and Google,
God.
like, if we're going to debate on facts, let's pull the facts.
We just did.
We know you pulled a 2-sentence clip from an article that you wouldn't
The
open.
2 sentences were the facts of what the judge clarified on by arguing and saying that yes, Donald Trump was found guilty.
I
of raping
remember
Eugene Carroll.
I remember this commercial from the early 2000s, and you may too, that said basically we should agree to, or we should believe everything we read on the internet. If you pull the article,
So
and
now
it-
you're saying that that's fake
actually
reporting?
says-
Wait, are you now arguing that the judge didn't actually say that?
I'm not arguing what the judge says, but you're not showing what the judge said.
I just did. Look at it.
You
Judge
didn't-
clarifies. Yes, Trump was found to have raped
judge
Eugene Carroll.
clarifies narrative, not judge clarifies quote.
That's what he said.
No,
That is the quote.
judge clarifies. Yes, Trump was found. No, that's
Yes,
not
exactly.
that-
Yes, Trump was found to have raped
Of
Eugene
course,
Carroll.
the Washington Post is going to say this is what the judge actually meant, but that's not what the judge said, and you won't show what the judge actually said.
That is what the judge actually said.
Show
That
me
is
the
what
quote, then.
That is the quote.
That's not the quote. You
Yes,
won't
it
show the
is.
quote.
That is the quote. Why do you think that's not the quote?
Because there are no quote. Did you learn English when you were going through school?
I did.
There's these things called quotation marks. There are no quotation marks around
because there's a semicolon instead. Wow.
No, that you cannot. I literally homeschool my kid, dude. Like, you cannot use an ellipses or a semicolon to substitute a quote.
Okay.
Washington.
So wait, are you saying if I could give you a quote of him saying this with the quotation marks, then would you believe it?
Yeah, I sure. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna make you spend $10 from all the money you're getting, but
you seem very jealous about my income. This is the fourth time you've talked about it. I haven't even thanked anybody the whole time I've been talking. I've been talking to you.
Well, yeah, not to me, but
are those quotation marks?
Those indeed are quotation
And
marks.
what do they say inside of the quotation marks?
Would you like me to read it? So people don't have to listen to you? Okay, the finding that Miss Carroll failed to prove that she was raped with is cut off. I can't read the rest of it.
Can you read it now?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
It is not cut off. It is not cut off on any phone screen.
Literally the finding. Okay, there we go. The finding that Miss Carroll failed to prove that she was raped within the meaning of New York penal law does not mean that she failed to prove that Mr. Trump raped her, as many people commonly understand the word rape, Kaplan wrote. What Kaplan did not say.
That is a judge.
Okay. Apologies for the mispronunciation. Kaplan did not say, in my opinion, as the judge, Trump raped Kaplan. Now, again, I am not justifying Trump's previous actions. I heard the under-recorded audio of him talking about grappling a woman.
Okay. I'm gonna go and continue to read this article for you. So, and I quote, Kaplan said New York's legal definition of grape is far narrower than the word is understood in quote-unquote common modern parlance. The former requires forcible, unconsented to penetration with one's pee-pee, but he said that the conduct the jury effectively found Trump liable for, which was forced digital penetration with fingers, meets a more common definition of grape. So, actually, what I just read is all that we need to know that according to your definition of grape, this is grape, right? Because the article, as well as the judge inside of the article, clarifies that he was held liable for the forced digital penetration of her female member. Forced digital penetration of a female member is forceful penetration with the fingers. So earlier in the conversation, I asked you if penetration of a female member with a man's fingers is grape under your definition, and now this article is clarifying that yes, that is what Donald Trump was held liable for. So, in other words, the conclusion of our conversation would be as follows. You do indeed believe that Donald Trump was found to have raped E. Jean Carroll, given your definition of the term grape. And earlier, the thing that started this conversation is that you told us if he was found to have raped an adult woman, you no longer support him. So at this point, you have to either forcefully concede that you no longer support, because this article clarified that he was held liable for forceful digital penetration, which is penetration with fingers of a female member. And earlier, you told us that you do consider that as grape. So you are now forced into conceding that you no longer support Trump if you are going to be consistent.
Okay, two things. One, thank you for muting me and not announcing to the audience that you mute your fellow debaters.
Someone sounds really butthurt. I actually have a few donations to thank real quick. I want you to sit on what I just said. Barbara, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat, saying I'm sending you the $50 this a-hole keeps referencing just to piss him off and to let him know that women aren't differentiating between digital force penetration and grape, you despicable POS. Thank you for the $50, Barbara. Let's get 500 Barbara W's down below, as well as Terrence with the $10 on Super Chat saying here's the $10 back for that subscription you had to pay for, as well as T with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, T. That is incredibly kind of you. And then Melissa Clarissa with the $20 for my Washington Post subscription just because I want to piss this guy off. Thank you for the love, you guys. As well as Kelly with the $10 saying the mental gymnastics MAGA has to do in order to defend their leaders. Embarrassing. Love you, Dean. I love you too. Thank you so much for the $10. That is very, very kind of you. Then Jose with the $10 saying I need him to be quiet about the stupid Washington Post subscription. Continue doing what you're doing, Dean. You're spreading facts and I love it. As well as Bjorn. Thank you so much for the $11 over on PayPal. Selena with a Galaxy on TikTok. Flip with a Galaxy on TikTok. Haley with the $10 on Venmo for the Washington Post. Caitlin with a $10 saying please let this guest know his misogyny is showing. Definitely. Jamie with a $10 saying not for a sub to the Wall Street Journal. Sierra with a $5. Logan with a $10 for the Wall Street Journal subscription fund. Brian with a $25. Thank you so much for the love. Let's show some love to Brian down below, folks. And then Clarissa with a $5. Jared with a $5. And then 12 minutes ago, Michelle, thank you for the $20 on Venmo saying you are a saint for dealing with this. This guy will not shut up. We're exhausted too. Well, I mean, I just cut his mic for a little bit. As well as Carson with a $5 saying grape or not, this shit is messed up. I don't know why this is even an argument. Yeah, dude, I mean, I don't even know his argument right now. I'm pretty sure when we inevitably unmute him, as I am going to right now, he's not going to have an argument and he's going to like whine about some shit. But once again, I'm just going to catch you up on the facts because that's what I want to talk about. Earlier, you told me that you wouldn't support Donald Trump if he was adjudicated by a court to have raped a woman. We then went on to point out how in 2023, Donald Trump was held liable for the digital forceful penetration of E. Jean Carroll's female member per the article and jury verdict form that I just showed you on screen. Once again, the digital forceful penetration of a female member would be the forceful penetration of a female member with fingers. And I asked you if you would constitute grape as a forceful, non-consensual penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers, and you said yes, meaning that because of these facts, you are now logically forced into conceding that you no longer support Trump. What's your response? And please stay on topic. I have a feeling that you're going to whine, cry, or yap about something not related to anything I just said because you don't have a response to anything I just said.
Okay, can I respond with an actual response?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I concede, sure, that he in that definition graped E. Jean Carroll. Now, if that's what you want to go on, sure, fine, whatever. He's a horrible human being. If the debate, however, is do you support him as president? Do you support the policies he ran on and the policies he's enacted? 100%. And can I explain why, or would you rather focus on the past?
I'm gonna hop in here real quick. Earlier, you told us you would no longer support him as president if he raped a woman.
That's not what I said.
We're gonna play back because the article, as well as the judge, it's gonna take a while to find it. In fact, if anybody over on YouTube has the timestamp, it would be incredibly kind if you could help me out by giving me the timestamp. Let's find it.
Google links and social media links.
From the Donald Trump did to E. Jean Carroll was in fact grape, as commonly penetration of her female member with his fingers. However, New York State at the time for the violent sexual abuse or grape of herself. I'll happily show you the jury.
He was not. He was found guilty.
We're almost there.
Absolutely not. But he has not been proven guilty. Absolutely. If you ask any conservative 20 plus years ago, and yes, those are absolutely red lines for me. If you ask any conservative about a blanket person, are you okay with someone essaying a minor, which has not, again, been proven? Absolutely, they would say no. But if that is the premise you want to go off of, absolutely not. I would own up to that, and I would say absolutely. If he was proven guilty of that in a court of law, absolutely not. But he has not been proven guilty of that in a court of law. And you are making claims that make that seem that has happened when it hasn't.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're
Trump was on what did I say? What did I say?
Let's stop.
Obama was on this flight law.
My friend, could I talk now?
Absolutely.
You even clarified on it
just
the
told
second
us
time that you would not support Trump as president if he was found guilty of child rape in a court of law, right?
Absolutely not.
But you still support him as president, even though he was found guilty of adult rape in a court of law?
He was not found guilty of rape. He was found guilty of defamation.
He was found guilty of defamation and guilty of rape. There you go, sir. Look at that. Why are you lying? You told us that you never said that. How come you lied? Why did you lie to close to 16,000 people on TikTok, 4,000 people on YT, 20,000 people you just lied to? And you got caught red fucking handed, too. I mean, we just rolled back the stream. I bet you didn't think I could do that. Bull, but I can. Unmute. We all want to hear from you. Unmute that mic. No, please. I sent you an invite.
Well,
why did you lie?
But I was also I was muted and that wasn't announced. So can I respond?
Yeah. Respond. Why did you lie?
Now that again we have, to your point, 16,000 people reviewing the evidence. What was said is that if he had been convicted of essaying a minor, then absolutely not. That is the quote from the clip you just played, and that still stands true. That has not occurred. And then you followed up that with, well, what if he had essaying? And I said he hadn't been.
So I want to clarify. I muted you again. You want me to announce that to everybody watching? I just announced it. So you wouldn't support him if a court found him to have raped a minor, but you would support him if a court found him to have raped an adult woman. Is that what you're telling us? So why is raping a minor and that being proven by a court a red line, but raping an adult and that being proven by a court, why is that not a red line? Unmute again. By the way, you can't get mad at me for not announcing your mute. I just announced it. I muted him. I did. Unmute now and respond to that. So a court proving he raped a minor, that's a red line. But a court proving he raped an adult, that's not a red line. Why?
Okay. Thank you again for announcing, because I know as a spectator, it's difficult for people to understand. Again, and I think this is kind of the standpoint of a lot of conservatives. No one is justifying his previous actions or personas.
Not answering my question.
No, I'm gonna get there, but okay. I am not trying to say that I think Trump is the best human being on the planet of the earth. Why I voted for him was policies, because when
not answering my question.
Okay, no, I am.
You're not. Can I repeat it?
Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
My question is: you told us that if a court proved he raped a minor, you wouldn't support him. But you're telling me also that if a court proved he raped an adult woman, you would support him. So what's the relevant difference between a court proving that he raped a kid and a court proving he raped an adult that makes you support him in one circumstance but not the other? That makes you treat one circumstance as a red line, but the other's not a red line.
Okay. The initial question and the initial topic of conversation was minor focused. I am not going to disconnect either or. I have a wife, I have daughters, I'm not going to try and get into that, but I don't support anyone that rapes anyone.
So you'd hold a red line against both. So in the same way you told us that you wouldn't support Trump if a court determined he raped a kid, you also wouldn't support Trump if a court determined he raped an adult. Yes or no?
Yes
or no?
I will answer, and then can I add a tag on, if you will?
No, don't add any tag on. Just give us a yes or no.
So you won't allow me to add a tag on because
until we get clarity on what your answer to your question is? I don't think so.
No, I would not support knowingly going into the presidency anyone who raped a minor or an adult. Now, at the time of the election, all we were voting on was policy.
Okay.
And
we're gonna cut you off there.
If your pushback is that I shouldn't have voted for anyone,
I'm going to cut you off there.
Then sure, because I wouldn't have voted for Kamala either.
I'm going to cut you off there.
I know that about Trump.
I'm going to cut you off there because now my argument is simple. You just told us that you wouldn't support Trump if a court determined an adult woman, right? If he raped an adult woman, right?
Sure.
Okay. Didn't we agree 20 minutes ago, if even, that a court determined he raped an adult woman?
The literal text over your face right now says, how do you still support Trump? Because I support him as president, not a man.
Right. No, but once again, this question is all in relation to you not supporting him as president if he did these things.
Your debate is about his past actions, not about his current person.
And you told me that if he engaged in a past action of child rape or rape on an adult, you wouldn't support him today as president. That's what you told us.
So do you believe that someone's past actions define their entire person?
You believe that if Donald Trump raped somebody in the past, you wouldn't support him as president today. Do I need to play that clip again? Do I need to play that
'cause-
clip again? So, like, I don't understand what the disconnect is here. I don't understand why you're asking me these questions. You have already told us that if Donald Trump raped a kid and that was proven by a court, you would not support him as president today. You told us that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you affirmed that even if it wasn't a kid and it was an adult, and if Donald Trump was found by a court to have raped an adult, that you wouldn't support him as president today. You also told us that, right?
Well, I said that I wouldn't support him as a human being, which of course I wouldn't.
But you would support him as president if he was found by a court to have raped an adult?
How are you willing to support Biden and Harris then? Let's have that conversation.
Now you're fighting to try to get yourself out of this corner. Just calm down.
I'm not in a corner,
I'm asking very clear questions. We need some clarity on where your head is at. Would you still support Trump as president if a court determined that he was guilty of raping an adult woman? Keep in mind that you've already told us that you would not support Trump as president if a court determined that he was guilty of raping a kid. So all I'm asking you right now is if similarly, would you still not support Donald Trump as president if he was found by a court to have raped an adult woman? It is a yes or no. Don't pivot. Don't deflect. No Biden, no Kamala Harris. Answer the question. Would you still support Donald Trump as president if he was found by a court to have raped an adult woman the same way you told us you would not support Donald Trump as president anymore if he was found by a court to have raped a minor?
And I'm answering your question with the fact that that is an apple and orange question. You were asking two separate questions. Here is my response, if you will hear me.
I'm asking one question. The question is, would you still support Trump as president if a court found him to have raped an adult woman? It is one simple question.
Okay, and can I answer your question or no, or do you want to continue to push your leftist extremist ideology?
Asking questions is extreme and left. Yes,
no, that's not what I'm saying, because you're adding a narrative to all of your questions. Can I answer your question, or do you want to continue to provide a narrative to fit your persona?
Yeah, give us a yes or no.
That I'm trying to answer your question. Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
Or are you going to continue to push a narrative to fit your following?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, do you mind if I do something real quick before you answer the question? I'm actually just going to put the question.
So I still can't answer the question.
I'm just going to put the question in text on screen. Would you still support Trump as pres if a court found him to have raped an adult? Let's see. Bada boom, bada bang. We need to put some lines in there. 1 second. There we go. It's super messy, but this is going to get the job done.
Do you know what the
term
logical fallacy is?
I do know what the term logical fallacy is, yes.
Okay, can you define it for the listeners who may not understand?
A logical fallacy is going to be maybe like a common error used when trying to make an argument, and these common errors, if common enough, are then defined as logical fallacies. Typically, logical fallacies would be like on the propositional level, like invalid inferences. You know, like if you can't infer Y from X and you attempt to infer Y from X, then that would be a logical fallacy if done common enough. But please answer the question.
Thank you for answering that, if you would allow me to speak. I believe what you are trying to do is implicate a logical fallacy, and here is how.
That can't be the case, because I'm not making any proposition.
Can I define how I believe that?
Dude, it's a question. It's like,
nope.
Questions can't be fallacious.
So without being willing to concede that maybe I believe there is a logical fallacy being pushed here, you would rather say, nope, here's the question. I'm trying to elaborate why I believe that.
Okay, actually, give me a second, because you know what I'm going to do?
What's that, Dean? I am holding on with my breath.
I'll tell you. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to pull up a timer. I'm going to put it on screen, and we're going to see how long you can yap without answering the question that is like clearly on the screen in front of you. Okay?
Yep. How much time do I have? This sounds like a proper debate, so I appreciate it.
Well, so actually, it's just, you're going to have infinite time. We're just going to see like how long it takes until you answer the question.
Okay, deal.
One second, chat. There we go. Okay. So once again, the question is, would you still support Donald Trump as president if a court found him to have raped an adult woman? Now, that question is also going to literally be in text in front of your face right now. And I don't think that you're going to answer the question. So I'm going to have this timer running under the question until you answer it. Go for it.
All right. So first off, to my point earlier about your logical fallacy, you are asking a question as the premise to this entire live of how do you still support Trump? And you're answering that with premises based on past actions. Do I support those past actions? No. Do I support someone who has committed those past actions? No. To your question that you asked on the screen to answer it within 30 seconds, no, I don't support Trump if he was president, if the court had found him of committing rape. Now, to compare a person's past actions to their current actions as president, absolutely, I 100% support him because I voted based on policies that were clearly defined during his campaign and that he has continued to act on. Those are the policies that me and more than half of the country voted on, and he has taken action against those. Now this information is coming out. We are learning more about that case with E. Jean Carroll, and we are learning more about the person that he was when that interaction took place. Now, if you were to have had this exact same information back in November and everyone understood exactly the person that he was, maybe the election would have turned out differently. If you're asking, would you still have voted for him should you have known this information in November, I would have said I wouldn't have voted entirely because I was voting on the Republican or pushed by him. Okay, thanks for mocking me. Appreciate it. I answered your question in less than 30 seconds and you have continued to let me talk. So I will continue to talk and you can let the timer run. I answered that actually at second 28. But if the premise is, should you have known this information in November, would you still have voted for Trump? My answer to that question would be no, because I do not support a man who is going to misogynize women and kick them down. Now, do I think that the Democratic policies uplift women? Absolutely not. I think that telling women they can kill babies to include women and child girls and boys, absolutely not. And that is the conversation that you're asking me to have based on the premise of this live. Do you still support him? Yes, based on policies alone. Now, based on who he is as a man, no. But there was no other good option. Who else was I supposed to support?
Okay. I'm gonna hop in here now. Okay. So here.
And again, let me clarify. I answered your question at second 28. So don't let anyone be fooled by the 2 minute and 45-second timer that's still going. I answered your question at second 28.
Here is the explicit contradiction within your argument. You told us that you would not still support Donald Trump as president if a court found him guilty of raping an adult woman. 20 minutes ago, you agreed that a court has found him guilty of raping an adult woman, concluding that therefore you no longer support Trump as president. It's that easy.
Can you clarify how?
Yeah. Premise 1. Guest says they would not support Trump as president if Trump was found guilty by a court of raping a woman. Premise number 2. Donald Trump was found guilty by a court of raping a woman. Conclusion. Guest does not support Trump as president.
Your premise 2 is false.
You agreed to premise 2 earlier.
When?
20 minutes ago when we went through the court case between E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump, I showed you the jury verdict form to indicate that Donald Trump was held liable for the violent sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. And then I clarified that the judge clarified that this was virtually rape. And then I also went on to give you the same explanation that article from the judge provided, demonstrating that the specific action he was held liable for was penetrating her female member with his fingers, in which you affirmed under your definition of grape is grape.
So if you want me to concede that Donald Trump is a POS, okay. Now, if you want to have a larger conversation about Democratic or Republican policies.
Listen.
Can I finish?
Can
I finish?
The concession would be that
You have asked me all the questions, and I'm trying to ask you one, and you won't let me.
Oh my God. Yeah. So the conclusion from the argument wouldn't be that Donald Trump is a huge POS.
Thank you for agreeing with me. I'm bye.
The conclusion.
I'm gone. Bye.
The conclusion from the argument would be that you no longer support Trump. And of course he ran away. And of course he ran away like a man baby. Goodbye, man baby. You just got fucking exposed in front of 22,000 people live. Holy shit. What a man child. Those are the types of people that still support the president. Em, I really appreciate you for the wolf. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Em. That is very, very kind. Listen, folks. The consensus is clear. Donald Trump is a deranged loony. Okay? Those are the facts. Payne, thank you for the heart stage. Em, thank you for the wolf. And honestly, there's not a single coherent argument to demonstrate that he's a good president or that you should support him. We've had people up day in and day out now for the last year straight trying to give us one singular argument, one singular compelling reason to support Trump as president. And they can't. Even that last guy, he got embarrassed with a two-premise argument. He got embarrassed with a two-premise argument and then had to run away like a child. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest now. If you happen to be one of the 18,000 people watching live, hop in the guest request if you support Trump as president. We're going to get you up here. But please, 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 please only join if you are MAGA. I would like to make that point clear. There's 18,000 people in here. I wouldn't doubt it if there's just thousands and thousands of liberals, thousands and thousands of people that don't support Trump. If you guys could please stay far and away from the guest request, it'd mean a lot to me so we could just try to keep it two debates. That'd be awesome. What's going on, Shane? Do you support Trump as president? Shane, I'm going to go and give you around 5 seconds here, my friend. And goodbye, Shane. Moving on to the next guest. We got Lindsay connecting up right now. And we have quite a few donations to go through. We'll do that here very, very shortly. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love there when I was debating that last guest. You guys were so fucking kind. I want to make sure that I thank everybody. But let's just try to get that next Trump supporter up here first. Hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. And only hop in the queue if you are following those rules. We're going to go to get Benjamin up here. While we're loading Benjamin in, I want to see 500 Scarlet W's down below in the chat for the $50 super chat saying, for the love of God, please let me out. I want to touch grass again. Please, I don't want to be in this basement anymore.
Yo, what up?
I think Scarlett was having a hard time listening to that last guest. Thank you for the $50, Scarlett. That's very kind of you. What's going on, Tristan? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I'm like pretty neutral on it.
Okay,
I lean towards Trump more than Biden for sure.
I didn't get it run. So if you just overall, do you think he's a good president? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think he's done. I like his policies a lot better.
Okay. All right. Let's have that conversation real quick. I'm going to thank a couple more people here. Nina, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Annie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Saying, actually the $60 on Super Chat. Let's get 600 Annie W's. Annie says, this guy's poor wife. And did this guest just imagine a 30-second timer? We had a timer up on the TikTok stream. I appreciate you guys so much. There's a handful of other people I got to get around to here on Venmo and PayPal. I'm going to go and let this guy start his argument. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Okay. I like his beliefs more like on like abortion. I think he dealt with like war a lot better.
Okay. All right. So, you think that abortion should be banned? Why is that?
I don't believe in. I'm Christian, so I don't believe in like the idea of killing a baby.
Oh, don't worry, man. I actually think that you have the most compelling reason to be legally pro-choice. We'll get into it after I thank Michelle. Dude, Michelle, this came in 20 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $150 donation over on Venmo, Michelle. That is absolutely insane. Let's get 1,000 Michelle W's. That is seriously so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Holy shit, that is so much money. Thank you for the $150. Michelle says you're inspiring. Well, I appreciate you for the love. Thank you for being here, and thank you so much for all the love. As well as Ben with the $20. Show some love to Ben down below saying, watching you all this time has made my MAGA family terrified to talk politics with me. Love you, man. Ben, I bet you're a killer. Dude, go fuck him up. Go fuck him up, Ben. Beat him in that debate. Hell yes, bro. As well as Janelle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo calling the last guest insufferable. And Garrett sending me $20 on Venmo saying, sending you $20 for coffee and Tylenol since you'll clearly be needing it after talking to that last guest. And Jacob with a $25 saying $15 for the paper and $10 for the crayons to draw it out from. As well as Julie and Condra, I appreciate you both for the $10 over on Venmo. That's very kind of you. Then, of course, McLaren with the $10. Thank you so much for the love, McLaren, over on PayPal. Amanda with the $10 saying, since when don't we hold the leader of our country to a higher standard? Dead ass. Then E with the $20 on PayPal. Thank you, E, saying, used to be MAGA and you completely allowed me to be more educated. Thank you. Let's fucking go, E. You're literally why I do what I do. You're fucking awesome. As well as Lindsay with the $10 as well. We are all cut up there, guys. Thank you so much for the love. And I apologize if it took me a little bit to get around to your donations. I was hyper-focused on that last guest. But anyways, back to you. So you're telling us that you think that abortion should be banned because you think it's wrong because you are a Christian. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
So in a nutshell is your argument, abortion should be illegal because it's a sin.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Does lying violate the Ten Commandments?
Can you repeat that? What?
Does lying violate the Ten Commandments?
Yeah.
So it's a sin for me to tell my child that Santa Claus exists. So here's the issue with Christian theology. First, I should ask you, what denomination are you?
Denomination?
Yeah. You don't even know what that is. So you just read the Bible. Okay. You're non-denominational. That's fine. So here's the issue.
I feel we're getting off track of like the abortion. That's
don't worry. We're not, man. I'm about to wrap it in. So you're a non-denominational Christian. Your relationship with Jesus is purely consequential from the text of the gospel and the text of the Bible as a whole. But here is the issue. You cannot effectively run a criminal justice system and enforce legislation on the basis of sins given non-denominational Christianity because the Bible doesn't tell us that any one sin is worse than any other sin outside of blasphemy. In according with your depiction of your perfect moral standard, that being God, the sin of getting an abortion is just as morally wrong as the sin of lying to your child telling them that Santa Claus exists. So if you'd argue that the sin of abortion should be illegal for that reason, would you therefore also say that the sin of lying to your children and telling them that Santa Claus exists be illegal for that reason?
I think there needs to be like more context in it because it's two different things. I get the point that you're trying to make, but it really is two whole different things.
Are you saying that one sin is worse than the other?
I mean, like in the Bible, every sin is equally as bad, but like,
okay. Well, so if they're equally as wrong, and you're saying because of how wrong abortion is, it should be illegal, it actually is the same thing to say because of how wrong lying to your child and telling them that Santa Claus exists is, it should be illegal. It's the same thing.
Okay, and here's another point. Religious or not, I think murder is wrong, and anybody can agree with that.
Right, because murder is defined as wrong. Murder is the unjust termination of a human life.
And anybody, religious or not, could agree with.
Right, but this isn't a response to the argument.
But I mean, answer this: is murder is bad, right?
Yeah, because it's defined as bad. Right? Now, please respond to the argument that I gave you. You told us that abortion should be illegal because it's a sin. Abortion should be illegal because of how wrong it is. But within your conception of Christianity,
like I said,
all sins are just as wrong as one another.
Everybody has different beliefs.
Okay, so you're
everybody
telling us...
has different beliefs, but this is going past matter what.
So you're telling us that you have a non-religious argument for why abortion should be illegal?
Is wrong.
So are you telling us that you have a non-religious argument for why abortion should be illegal?
Yeah, murder is wrong.
Okay.
Like, regardless, anybody can agree.
Okay, and you think that abortion is murder?
Oh, absolutely.
Define murder.
When you kill a living being.
Okay, that's a very bad definition of murder because you would kill a living being in self-defense. Is self-defense wrong?
No, absolutely not. But
so then either
baby in self-defense.
So then listen. So because you just told us that self-defense is not wrong, even though self-defense is killing somebody.
How is abortion self-defense?
Hey, can you pipe the fuck down, my friend?
Whoa, no, hey, don't be cussing. You can't even say you say GAY, but you over here cussing on your stream.
Right. You could say fuck on my stream. I want to be able to get a point out.
But you can't say gay.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Right. It does make no sense. That's
the problem with the left, is that y'all are soft.
That's actually not the problem with the left. That's a problem with TikTok's terms of service that even the left, and myself included, disagree with. Now, pipe down. If anybody is soft here, it's you, because you are getting so hot and heavy because I literally said fuck. Now, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. You told us that murder is always wrong, and you think that abortion is wrong because it is murder. I asked you to define murder. You define murder as killing somebody. Okay, well, I brought up a scenario
That's
where you
just
could
a simple term
You
for
just
it.
interrupted me again. Can you stop that? Seriously, do you possess the self-control capable to hold a discussion that beyond a level of a third grader talking to their best friend during recess?
All right, go on with your argument.
Perfect. So you told us that murder is always wrong. I asked you to define murder. You define murder as killing someone. I disagree with that definition of murder. So I gave you an instance where killing somebody isn't murder and isn't wrong, such as self-defense. You agreed that self-defense is not murder, and you agreed that that it's not wrong. So this either means that you were wrong earlier when you told us that murder is always wrong, or you were wrong earlier when you defined murder as killing someone.
Abortion's not self-defense.
So that wasn't what I was attacking. I was attacking your statement that either murder is always wrong, or I was attacking your definition of murder.
Okay, so I didn't have the best definition of murder, but we could all agree abortion is not self-defense.
Okay. Yeah, but the point wasn't the point wasn't to demonstrate that abortion is self-defense. The point was to demonstrate that you gave an insufficient account of what the definition of murder is. So now that you've conceded that you gave an insufficient account of what murder is, I'll just simply ask you again, define murder.
You're just gonna go back to the same thing again.
Right, because you told us that abortion should be illegal because it's murder. Obviously, I'm going to have to understand what you mean when you say murder in order to understand your position.
In law, the way they kill a baby should be illegal.
Okay, why?
It's not considered self-defense. There should be I think there should be exceptions to it, as in rape.
I'm sorry, my friend. You're not answering my direct question. Once again, your argument.
You're not either. What do you mean?
You're not asking me a question. I'm asking you a question about your stance.
I asked you a question. Is rape is abortion self-defense?
So I've already given you my answer on that. I don't think that abortion is self-defense. My argument for why I'm pro-choice doesn't have anything to do with self-defense.
So would it not be murder?
And all the actualizing upon your right to bodily autonomy and stopping the ingressment upon a non-consensual third party. Some other people may consider that as self-defense. I don't for miscellaneous reasons, but I still don't think that abortion is wrong, and I have my reasons why. Now, once again, you've already went through this. The reasons why I asked you to define murder, and then I gave you an example of self-defense, was to demonstrate that your account of what you define murder as is insufficient, and then you conceded. But if you have an insufficient account of what murder is, this just means that we need to go back to the drawing board and ask you, why is abortion wrong?
I'm not going to give a dictionary definition. We all know what murder is. I'll just put it like this to you so it's more simple so you can understand. Killing an innocent. There we go.
Okay, so you'd say that
is a baby an innocent? Is a baby that hasn't had a choice to do anything not innocent?
So you'd say that it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's human and alive?
It's not. Yeah, absolutely, it's alive. It has every functioning part of a human being.
Okay. All right, awesome. So does this mean that you think it is murder and should be illegal to pull the plug on a brain dead patient in the hospital since they're human and alive?
Give some more context on that one.
A brain dead patient would be somebody with a total lack of all cognitive function for now and forever, but the only reason they're still alive is because of the life support. Now, quite frankly, oftentimes families will turn around and tell the doctors that are operating the life support machines to pull the plug, which kills the brain dead patient. It ends their human life. And if you're telling us that abortion is wrong because it's ending a human life, then you hold to the moral principle that ending a human life is murder. Now, if you hold to this moral principle, this would also logically imply that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is murder, which I think is absurd. So I'm just simply asking you, do you hold to that conclusion or not? Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
It depends on what kind of, are they in pain? Are they suffering?
So brain dead patients can't be in pain and they can't suffer because they have no cognitive function.
Yeah.
So can you answer the question for the last time? Is it murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
It depends on which situation. So the family. Okay, so there could be so many different scenarios in it. There's so many different scenarios. That's the thing.
So then I'll be clear, right?
Abortion is one scenario. It's a baby that you chose to have because you chose to.
So I'll be even more clear, right? So if I were to, like, once I end my life, get in my car to go to Dairy Queen, I get T-boned by a drunk driver, I'm rushed to the hospital, I'm declared brain dead, I have no cognitive function, and I never will again, and the only reason I'm being kept or yes or no.
And that's saying if you would be like in that like position the whole rest of your life.
Right.
Yeah, and then I mean, like I said, it's tough decisions right there. But abortion and that is two different things.
You're not answering my question. I'll hold your hand and I'll make the analogy for you after you answer the question.
Like I said, in that scenario, I think, like if you pulled the plug, it wouldn't be murder.
Okay.
I just
so all that you're telling me is that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient, listen to what I have to say. I'm going to hold your hand through this. If you're telling me that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is not murder, then you're telling me that merely being human and alive doesn't give you the right to life and doesn't make it murder to kill you. So then why is it murder to kill a fetus? Because all that you've described so far is that it's murder because it's merely human and alive. But now you're contradicting that view by saying it's not murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient.
Because it's two whole different scenarios. They're not even compatible with each other.
Can you repeat what I just said?
You could repeat it. I don't gotta repeat what you said.
Can you? No, the question is can you?
But can you what?
You being serious?
Dude, like you're not answering any of my questions. You say I don't answer yours, but you don't answer any of mine. No, I mean,
so not only was he not listening to me when I described the relationship between pulling a plug on a brain dead patient and getting an abortion and how they're relevant to his argument, but then he wasn't even listening to me when I said, "Can you repeat my argument?" And then he's like, "Wait, can I what?" Dude, oh my God. So can you repeat the description that I gave you to demonstrate the relationship between pulling the plug on a brain dead patient and aborting a fetus as it is relevant to the argument that you gave us?
Okay, without muting me, because we keep going back to the same thing. You keep repeating the same question. Here's the thing with abortion. You're
not answering my question.
You chose to spread your legs, and let this dude hit. All right, and now you have a baby, and now you say, I don't want to. I just want to get rid of it. That is a human life that you're getting rid of.
Okay, great. So are you saying it's wrong because the woman chose to spread her legs, as you put it, consenting to the pregnancy, and then because she got pregnant from that, she has to deal with the natural consequences of the pregnancy? Let me ask you a question. Well, if I choose to spread my lips and huff and puff on a cigarette, and I know that choosing to spread my lips and huff and puffing on that cigarette may run the potential consequence of me developing lung cancer. If I do develop lung cancer, would you argue that I should have to man up and deal with the consequences of my actions?
Oh,
or
absolutely.
should I be able to turn around and go to the hospital and pay them to terminate the life of the lung cancer through chemotherapy?
Once again, you're not involving another life in that has nothing to do with them.
Oh, okay. So the argument has nothing to do with apparently choosing to engage in intercourse. You just wanted to be misogynistic and blame the women. So all that you're telling me here is, once again, the only relevant aspect of your argument would be killing the human life, but I've already sufficiently refuted that via the analogy to the brain dead patient, where I demonstrated that you don't think killing somebody that is human alive would be murder on its own, because you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on a brain dead patient. So why would you say it's murder to abort a fetus? No answer there, little bro? Tristan, you ain't even muted. Speak up.
You keep muting me.
You weren't even muted there.
What, you muted me like this is like the 8th time you've muted me, dude.
Yeah, I've muted you a handful of times, you've interrupted, but right there, you weren't muted.
You could interrupt because it's your own live stream. That's the difference.
Oh,
And
somebody's whining, crying, and coping. Pipe down, little bro, and answer to what I just said. Can you repeat what I just said?
Whining, crying, and coping?
No, like the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that you have no reason to think that abortion should be illegal.
Like I said, we keep going back to the same thing.
Hey! Hey, can you repeat what I said or not?
What you've talked about like a million different things. but
Okay.
keep going back to the
I'm
same
going to
thing.
give you
So-
one last chance, sir. This is your one last chance, little fucking boy. Okay. Let me know when your listening ears are on.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay. You've tried to make two arguments for why you think abortion should be illegal. The first argument that you tried to make is that because the woman consented to sex, knowing that pregnancy was a potential outcome, she'd have to deal with the natural consequences of the action. I proved that argument wrong by making an analogy towards consenting to smoking a cigarette, acknowledging the potential outcome of developing lung cancer, but not having to deal with that outcome because you think an individual should be able to go to a hospital and terminate the life of the lung cancer. Boom. That argument was dead in the water.
Okay,
Bundled it up into a
so-
ball. Shut the fuck up. Bundled up into a ball and threw it out the window. Now, the second argument that you try to make is that abortion is wrong and should be illegal because in getting an abortion, you kill a human that is alive, and killing a human that is alive is murder. So the way that we disputed that second argument was by drawing an analogy to a brain dead patient that is also human and alive, and the fact that you don't think it is murder to kill them, meaning that you don't think that merely killing a human that is alive is murder, meaning that this would be a non-starter in the conversation about why you think it is murder to kill a fetus. So boom, we're going to take that argument, crumple it up into a ball, and throw it out the window. So at this
Okay,
point,
let's
you
go
have
on to
no
next.
essential
Yeah,
argument
different.
insofar as why you think that abortion should be banned.
Okay, without getting mad, okay, we'll move past this. We have two different beliefs. We could keep going on about what you have to say and what I have to say. We totally can't agree on the same thing.
Well, you can't even give an argument.
You won't let me. You muted me, and I gave my argument. Terminating lung cancer versus terminating a human life that had nothing to do with you conceiving sex is two different things.
So we also went over how you don't think that it's merely wrong to kill a human that is alive with the analogy of a brain dead patient. Are you going to keep up?
Dude, once again, and then I said that's a whole different scenario. It is two different scenarios.
Yeah, but the relevant similarity.
why
between
would
the
you
two-
want to?
But the one relevant similarity that is identical in both scenarios is that you're killing a human that is alive. And in one scenario, you're saying it is wrong because you're killing a human that's alive. And in the other scenario, you're saying it's not wrong even though you're killing a human that is alive.
And then
And that
you're
is an
twisting-
explicit contradiction.
And then you're twisting my words. That's not what I never directly said that. I said it matters on what scenario. You gave me a scenario, and I said in that scenario, it's up to the family on that one because it's like you don't really get the baby would be a whole different thing. They didn't like. It is two different like scenarios, and that's
All right. So he's just going to keep on repeating that. At this point, we are going to move on to the next guest. Let me tell you guys, there's about 5 or so potential outcomes of how these debates go. And I want to describe the outcome that we just saw. The outcome that we all just witnessed here is where the Trump supporter gets absolutely fucking pushed. Okay. Their argument gets destroyed. It's dead in the water. It's gone. It's non-existent. They're cooked. Right. And what that guest did, and I mean, hey, a lot of guests do this. This is a very frequent reaction, is just to repeat yourself. Okay. It's when you cannot come to terms with the fact that you're wrong. In a lot of scenarios, they don't even understand why they're wrong, even though I'll describe it so many times because they're too caught up in the heat of the moment, thinking about what they're going to say next instead of actively listening to the words coming out of my mouth. So then they'll just repeat themselves. And the phrase that we heard that guy repeat around 1 billion times, even though I continue to re-explain again and again and again and again why my argument is valid, is that it's quote unquote 2 different scenarios. It doesn't matter if I were to explain that they both had the one relevant identical similarity of killing a human that is alive, and in one scenario you're using that fact to say that it's wrong, in the other scenario you're saying that it's not wrong regardless of the fact and how that's a contradiction. He doesn't care, he's not going to hear that, he's not going to listen to that, and he's just going to repeat while they're 2 different scenarios. So that's one of the very common responses that we hear from Trump supporters. They get broken, they get stuck, and they just can't move forward, and at that point we just have to move on to the next guest. So welcome in. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you? Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 25.
You're 25 and you're MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Let me thank a handful of people before we hop into the debate here. First and foremost, Derek, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. That is very, very kind of you. As well as Lily, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Lily says, I just wanted to say thank you for your message yesterday. It genuinely made my day. Lily, I really hope that you're still doing all right. Lily's grandpa passed away 2 days ago. I remember you from yesterday. See, I remember that, Lily. And I just hope that you're having a good day today, or at least trying to, you're still in my thoughts. As well as Christina, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, pointing out that apparently that last guest was also on Parker's live earlier, and he was so insufferable, Parker had to kick him too. Makes sense. Show some love to Lily and Christina down below in that chat, as well as Jeremy for the $10 on Venmo, saying kudos to you, Dean, for being able to consistently engage with the plateaued minds. I had no idea that people were this ignorant. Before I started debating, me fucking either, Jeremy, but I appreciate you for the 10, as well as Claudia. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Claudia, that's fucking crazy. I want everybody watching the live to show some love to Claudia down below in the chat. Let's seriously get 500 fucking Claudia W's. Claudia, that is absolutely insane. Claudia with a $50 says, and I quote, pulling it up right now, or at least trying to. Do give me a second, everybody. I'm so sorry that it's taken a while. Claudia's message was cut off. You know what? We're just, is it here? We're going to have to go back to it. Hey, sir, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. I apologize, Claudia. I'm going to need a second.
Yeah, so I grew up in a Republican household when I was young, so I just kind of kept those beliefs growing up. I'm also Christian, like the other guy is, and I would like to keep going with the abortion thing if that's possible.
Barbara, thank you so much for the galaxy. How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
Are you asking me? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.
Wow. Okay. Cool. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. Listen, there's only so much of ignorant pro-lifer talk I could take.
Okay, we can change it. We can change.
Yeah.
We can go. Let me ask you a question. Why do you dislike Trump so much? Let me ask that.
Yeah, I have so many reasons. Would you like a single sentence, a paragraph?
The biggest point, I would say.
So you want my largest and longest explanation insofar as why I don't like Trump?
Yeah, sure.
Are you positive? It could take a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. I have time.
Okay. Well, I don't like Trump. I typically break it down into 3 categories. You have character, you have domestic policy, and you have foreign policy. So we're going to start off with that first category. That's going to be character. His character is absolutely abysmal. First and foremost, he's an adjudicated rapist. The civil court determined that he's guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll in 2023. Second of all, he's a 34-count felon. He was found guilty of 34 felonies for sending hush money to a porn star that he slept with, cheated on his wife with prior to this 2016 election, and then misclassified them as business expenses. So 34-count felon, adjudicated rapist. Not to mention, he's also pretty racist. He told people to essentially not vote for Obama because Obama's black by saying that he's born in Africa with no reason, even though Obama has a birth certificate from Hawaii. He also called for the death penalty for the exonerated Central Park 5 years after they were exonerated. And then in the 90s, he called all black people lazy in 92, then reaffirmed that something that he said in 97. On top of that, he's also incredibly misogynistic. I mean, he's made weird comments about how you could just grab a woman by the P word without asking first. He boasted about perving on the naked bodies of teenage girls and grown adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, as well as he said the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. He's sexualized his own daughter, saying he'd date her if he wasn't his daughter. Apparently on the Howard Stern podcast, he made his daughter a promise when she was 17, saying that he would never date anybody younger than her, implying that he would date a 17-year-old when he was 40, as well as he sexualized a 10-year-old girl. In 1995, he was caught on a hot mic on an escalator telling a 10-year-old girl that he'd be dating her in 10 years. Not to mention all of his involvement with Epstein. I mean, he was best buddies from Epstein when Epstein was bringing children to his billionaire island and sexually abusing them. Epstein would even tell his victims that he was best friends with Donald Trump, and he had a framed picture of the two together on his desk. Not to mention that in 2003, Donald Trump sent Epstein a letter depicting the body of a naked woman, or in my mind, a girl, with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." And that's just the beginning about his character. He's a chronic liar. In his first term, he told over 30,000 lies. He's told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told when he denied the outcome of the 2020 election and convinced 72% of all Republicans in the country to also deny it, instilling virtues of distrust in our civil electoral processes. He's also a raging narcissist. Once again, he baby raged to in 2020 when he lost the election, to the point that he literally tried to rig and steal it back. Third of all, he's just an egotistical power maniac. He doesn't care about any check nor balance. That's why he called for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022. That's why he's been firing and replacing judges with no experience to further his agenda. Canada. And that's why he's explicitly violated the Constitution like 7 times in the last 250 days in office, ranging from attempting to take our 14th Amendment rights from us with Executive Order number 14160, calling for a termination of the 22nd Amendment when he said he wanted to run for a 3rd term, or violating the First Amendment 3 weeks ago when he tried to ban burning of the American flag, even though the Supreme Court ruled that was expressly protected under the First Amendment in 1989. Now, those are some facts about his character. Of course, there's more. Let's go ahead and move on to domestic policy. The domestic policy is just absolutely atrocious. We'll start off with economic policy. So in July of this year, he passed a $4.5 trillion bill, the largest spending bill ever passed in the American Congress, by the way. So say goodbye to conservatism in relation to our nation's spending or debt. And this $4.5 trillion bill literally redirects and takes money from the poor and gives it to the rich. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, 51% of income earners in this country are going to be losing money because of the cuts to Medicaid, kicking 10 million people off, the cuts to food stamps, kicking 3 million people off, the cuts to the DOE, kicking 400,000 school children off of free school student lunches and free school student breakfasts, just to further fund tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. Now, in America, if you make over $1 million per year, you're going to be getting an additional 4% back per year. And that's just his economic policy. He has other very terrible domestic policy, ranging from directing SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now led to the consequence of 60 pregnant great victims per day being denied access to abortion in 10 of our states, or 66 million American women in all 50 states having their human rights infringed upon, as well as we have other terrible domestic policy, like renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War, then declaring war on American citizens in Chicago and American citizens in DC. But of course, he doesn't care about violent crime as he suggests he does, which is the reason he says he's doing this, because he pardoned 72 violent offenders that tried to beat up and kill cops on January 6th at our country's capital, such as DJ Rodriguez, who gave Officer Fanone a goddamn heart attack by driving a stun gun into his neck. Donald Trump let him out 8 years early and gave him a full and complete presidential pardon. Not to mention his terrible immigration policy, the mass deportation. He wants to remove every single undocumented immigrant from this country. That's going to destroy us. According to the American Immigration Council, if we do that, our GDP will fall by a projected $1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, which is going to destabilize American industries. It's going to increase joblessness claims. It's going to slow GDP growth. It's going to increase poverty, increase crime. Everybody's fucked. We're all fucked. Not to mention, it costs $2 trillion to do it in the next 10 years because we'd be removing 8.3 million of our workers and 11 million of our consumers that pay close to $100 billion per year in taxes. And so there's a little bit about his domestic policy. Then his foreign policy is even worse. I mean, he's just bending the knee to Israel. He's saying, oh, what do you need from us so you could continue to genocide more innocent Palestinians? Or, I don't know, he's signing very terrible agreements with the Congo just to exploit them for more of their minerals, so on and so forth, while not ending their conflict with the Rwandan M23 insurgents, but claiming he did. Or imposing tariffs on every single one of our allies, which has now led 23 countries globally to stop all parcel shipments into this country, and is now leading to an increase in power held by other countries like China, Russia, and so on. So we'll stop there. That was about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was a little bit going on there. It's hard to focus on one thing that you said there. I'll start with the first part with his character. That's something we can agree on. I think Trump is low-key a shitty guy, but to be honest, I think most politicians are shitty people. I think the higher government is pretty much all corrupt. We'll go to his policies. You talked a lot about immigration. That's something I agree on. I kind of like the idea of kicking out illegal immigrants. I know you like to jump into questions, so you're probably going to ask me, why do I like that, if I'm guessing?
Well, I actually have something I'd like to present to you first. So your second repost says DEAD pedos don't reoffend, right?
Yeah.
So you don't really like sexual exploitation of our youth, right?
I hate that. I think
if Donald Trump had sexually exploited naked teens and naked adult women by perving on them when they were in a woman's only changing space and naked, would you still support him as president?
Again, I said this earlier, I really think that Donald Trump's character is dog shit. I really do. I think he's a horrible person.
Answer my question, though. Are you saying that you wouldn't support him as president if you knew he did these things? Or are you saying, well, if you sexually exploit a kid and you're not Trump, you need to DIE, but if you sexually exploit a kid and you are Trump, you need to run the country?
I'm definitely not saying that. So I don't know for sure if he did anything like that. I see there was
Well, it's
allegations.
a hypothetical question. If you knew for sure that he did this, would you still support him as president?
No, I would not.
Okay.
I'll answer
All right,
that.
we're going to go to roll the clip. This is Donald Trump on Howard Stern's podcast in 2005.
Okay.
Be construed.
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
After our
Yeah, that dude's a fucking scumbag. Honestly, that's disgusting.
Right, so you obviously don't support him as president anymore, right?
Yeah, I would have to agree on you. I did not know he did that. Fuck that guy. That's really gross.
He's done more than that too. I think now would be a good opportunity for you to do some of your own independent research, turn around and look at the letter he sent to Epstein, his statements towards his own daughter, or his statements towards women on the Access Hollywood tapes. I appreciate you for maintaining consistency there, man.
Yeah, I've actually seen that letter you're talking about with like the girl or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was real or not, so I didn't look it up or anything like that. I'm just a normal guy that watches football.
Yeah,
and
no,
stuff,
I
so.
get it, man. It was released by Congress, so it is real. It is verified, and it is a copy of a page of the birthday book compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, including that letter from Donald Trump to him for his 50th. But listen, man, I appreciate you so much for coming up here, and I think that it's super awesome that you were able to be consistent there, and I appreciate you for having common sense. You have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, man, you too. Have a good one.
All right, we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. I love it when that happens. That never happens. Very rare. But goddamn, do I love it. We are going to move on to the next guest. Make sure if you're in that queue that you support Trump. And if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. I try to read every single message attached to all the donations over there. However, I do inevitably miss a couple here and there, which I do apologize for. But if you want to support me and what we do here on stream, the independent journalism and the videos and whatnot, that's a way to do it. While we're loading up the next guest, why don't I go ahead and thank a handful of people. First and foremost, Scarlett. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Super Chat once again. Let's show some love to Scarlett down below. That is so much money. Scarlett says, on guest Tristan, those kind of people really irk me because they'll never admit they're wrong and will just continue to spew out the same shit. Irk me because they'll never admit that they're wrong and will just continue to spew out the same shit. Dude, Scarlett, I agree. So many people are like that, but the last guest wasn't. As well as Annie, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat saying that last guest's repost was hypocritical AF. He was actually willing to stay kind of true to his word, which I was impressed with. As well as Livy, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, saying they have to work this hard to defend somebody they idolize. W for the last guy. Yeah, man, W for that last guy. I appreciate that from him. Staying consistent and stopping supporting Trump when he figures out that he's done that shit. That is cool. Show some love to Livy down below in that comment section for the $50. As well as, what's up, Mike? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Age?
18.
What year were you born in?
What year? 2007.
I don't believe you, man. Sorry. We're going to move on to the next guest. As well as, hey, Micah, this was 20 minutes ago, but I just still wanted to thank you. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Show some love to Micah down below in that chat while we're looking for the next Trump supporter. I think that last guy was not of age. Micah says that prior guest also gets cooked because the Carroll abuse ruling came in May of 23, which means they would have been informed prior to voting for him again. Yeah, you're talking about a guest from a while ago. You're right. Yeah, he was all over the place. As well as Dale, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. I want to see 500 Dale W's. That is DALE. Dale says these dudes are delusional. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Well, Dale, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the kind message and thank you for the $50 donation. It means the world to me. Chat, show some love to Dale. As well as Michael with the $25, saying you called me Michelle, but it's Michael. Ha! I got it right this time. I sent you the $150, but that's okay. I still love you. Here's $25, dude. I'm really sorry, Michael. Thank you so much for all the love today. Seriously, you and everybody else, you guys have been so kind. Thank you, Michael, for the $25. And I apologize for mispronouncing your name. As well as Erica with the $10, Condra with a 10, and Julie with a 10. Thank you guys so much for the love. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here, guys. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you want to skip the line. It seems like right now we got a lot of bots in the queue. So Let me know down below. As well as if you're a MAGA woman, would you let me know in that comment section? I don't think I've talked to a woman on the live in like a week. It'd be nice to get a woman up
Sorry,
here.
I don't know why the fuck I joined. I don't know how that's possible.
Well, you're
So
in the
sorry.
queue. Are you a MAGA woman?
No, I'm not. I don't know even.
So base. You probably just accidentally hit the button. But we're going to specifically look for a MAGA woman. Would you go ahead and put Trump woman with your age in the chat if you want to come up here? We have not talked to a woman in a week, as I said. I want to try to find a woman. Right now we have over 14,000 people in here. There has to be at least like one woman that supports Trump, right? One? I don't know. Solar eclipse. I'd love to chat. James says he's a MAGA woman, and his profile picture is some white dude flexing 20s. He also says that he's 47. You were like 16. Moving on to the next guy right now, or I guess I should say hopefully the next gal, because we are looking specifically for one MAGA woman to join up. Okay. All right. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Sophie, your account is on private. I'd happily have you up, though, if you just want to unprivate it. Dude. Zico in the chat says MAGA woman 25, and then their bio is he/him. Dude, come on. Come on. Dude, there's literally no MAGA women that are watching the live. Actually, we might have found one. We might have found one. Let's try to get him up. What's up? How old are you?
Dane, I'm in love with you.
Don't break the rules. Moving on to the next guest. Yo, Lucy Townsend, unprivate your account and hop in that queue. I'll get you up. Okay, all right. I'm trying so hard to find a MAGA woman that would like to come up and debate. I swear to God. I try this every once in a while, but it just inevitably never works. Oh, what about Kay? Well, Kay canceled her request. Okay, we're going to try for like another 3 seconds. If we can't get one up here, we'll just move back to the min. There's just like no MAGA woman left, man. Hey, Heather, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Heather, that is so much money. Thank you so much for your guidance. Heather with a $50 says, thank you for all that you do. Keep cooking them. Heather, that is so incredibly kind of you guys. While we're looking for that next guest, everyone, I want y'all to show some love to Heather down below in that chat. 500 Heather W's. And what is going on? Do you support Trump? And nope, they left. Okay. Well, thank you, Heather. All right, we're just going to pivot back into the men because there's no MAGA women. Let's go to get Tony up next, as well as Shane. Thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal as well, man. Shane left just the donation with no message. Shane, I really appreciate you so much for your kindness, bro. Show some love to Shane down below, as well as Jasmine with a 14 Canadian dollars on Super Chat, saying for just being the bomb. Thank you for the love, as well as Annie with another $20. Thank you for the love, you guys. Show some love to all of our donors down below. What is up? Do you support Trump? Tony. Yes. Oh, can you disconnect your Bluetooth mic? It sounds like a microwave from the 19th century.
That might be better.
Oh
Maybe.
my God. Night and day, Tony.
I apologize.
So
what's going on, brother?
Not too much, man. How old are you?
23.
23. Fantastic. I have a question for you before we hop into the debate. You already told us that you support Trump. So why is it that you think I can't find a single woman who supports Trump as president when we have 15,000 people watching the live? What is your explanation for that?
For women not supporting Trump?
Yeah.
That'd be a tough one. That'd be a real tough one. Because obviously I'm not a woman. Maybe, but or at least I'm pretty sure that I'm not a woman. But I think the reason to that might be because of his prior history and his prior comments, as far as what he says about women and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I've said some pretty fucked up shit. I'm sure you've said some pretty fucked up shit. Everybody has a past, But
before we continue, Tony, are you driving?
What's that?
Are you driving?
No, I'm in the car.
Can you have your driver say hi real quick?
What's that?
Oh, are you just like sitting in the car that's not moving?
Yeah.
Can you turn your AC off just for 3 seconds and then turn it back on?
All right. Might be better.
Yeah, it was just the AC. Feel free to turn it back on. Dude, I swear to God, a running AC sounds just like you're driving on the road. Now I'm going to go back to what you said. So you said, well, I've said some nasty shit before. You've said some nasty shit before. Everybody has a pass. Man, I don't know about you. I have never sexualized a 10-year-old girl. I have never boasted about perving on kids. I have never sexually exploited women. I have never raped a woman. I have never hit on my daughter, and I won't do that if I ever have a daughter. I don't think everyone has done these things, man. Have you?
No, let's clear the air. No, none of that. You know.
All right, but these are the things that Trump has done.
Right. And obviously that's not right. And all the Epstein files and stuff like that, all that is you know, it hasn't been debunked, but it's still up in the air.
I wouldn't say it's up in the air.
I just feel as far as financial uprising, I think he brings a lot to the table.
Really? What does he bring to the table?
I think the deals that he's making as far as tariffs with China, and as far as you know, trying to mend issues with the Russia and Ukraine war, I think that's going to bring a lot of financial stability to the U.S.
Okay, I'm going to respond to both of those two things. So the first thing about China, the deal that he made with China hurts us and helps them. It's a pro-China deal. And why I say that is because the deal inevitably led to us having higher tariffs on them and them having lower tariffs on us, which means we'll have less Chinese goods in the American market and they'll have more American goods in the Chinese market. But guess what?
Okay.
Less Chinese goods in our market means less competition in our market. More American goods in their market means more competition in their market. And sir, if you've taken a single economic course in high school or college, you would know that competition drives innovation. So in other words, because we'll have less competition, we'll have less innovation. And because they'll have more competition, they'll have more innovation. So how come you think it's a good thing for us to have less innovation and for China to have more?
Okay, that's a good point, and I see your point. But don't you think if we have less goods coming from a different country, it would drive us to produce more? And obviously, in order to produce, you have to get more manpower.
Well, not necessarily. I think that our manufacturers are also going to be significantly hurt by his policy. For the most part, mass deportation. We're going to forcefully lay off 8.3 million of our workers. Think about the reciprocal effects that that's going to have on American manufacturers. According to the American Immigration Council, it's going to reduce our GDP by $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year. And I mean, like, we're already starting to see some of the effects of this. You know, right now is the first time in 10 years where we have more unemployed Americans than open job opportunities. GDP growth is down by 1% compared to last year. Unemployment is up. We just had the largest job revision in American history of a miscalculation of over 900,000 jobs in the last year. In the first quarter of this year, the GDP went down. In the second quarter of this year, 52% of companies in the S&P 500 reported lower profit margins. Like, these things are like very damaging to the American economy.
Right. I think slowly but surely your influence is definitely working. Like I said, I mean, as far as I go as an individual, you know, I definitely feel, because of the whole I don't know, like I feel like there's a lot of backlash to it, and how he runs his, and how he words and what he does.
As there should be. If it wasn't Trump, if it was any other president, a normal Monday for Trump would be their largest scandal.
Right. Definitely. Now, about the other thing about settling, you said you were going to talk about the Russia and Ukraine war.
Yes. So the Democrats were right all along. We should have continued to send money to Ukraine. That put more international pressure on Russia to end the war and to stop the killing of the innocent Ukrainians. You can't disagree, because the Trump administration conceded to everything I just said when they resumed all funding to Ukraine after canceling it for 3 months in July.
That's interesting.
Yeah, man. Turns out the Dems were right.
Yeah. It was a great debate.
Yeah, Tony. Anything else you want to go over, or shall I move on to the next guest?
You know what? I'll go ahead and send the spotlight to someone who might be a little bit more educated.
Tony, I appreciate you for being kind. Have a good rest of your day.
Hey, it's no worries. There's no worries. Hey, you know, I think peaceful conversations like this really do help get both sides across. You know what I mean?
And hopefully you'll be on our side pretty soon. But Let's go and move on to the next guest. Tony, you have a good rest of your day. Hop in that queue if and only if you support Trump as president. Hop in that queue if and only if you support Trump as president. I think I just sent an invitation to somebody on accident. If that was you, I think his name was like Josh. My apologies. Didn't mean to do that. We are going to move on to the next guest at this point. While we're moving on real quick, Tracy, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo, Tracy. That is incredibly kind of you. Tracy with the 20 says, thank you for always keeping them informed. Tracy, you're an icon. Thank you so much for the $20 and the kind message. I want everybody watching to show some love to Tracy down below. As well as Kimber with the $5, and your stream is genuinely good for my mental health. You have a loyal fan of me, Dean. Kimber, it's good to see you again. And I agree, these streams actually help my own mental health too, surprisingly enough. What's going on, Ghost? Do you support Trump? Ghost, we're going to give you around 5 seconds. All right, Ghost is not here. Goodbye, Ghost Cat 3. Moving on to the next guest. Let's try to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. We got Jordan Fitch, 13, connecting. All right. As well as, dude, oh my goodness. Greg, thank you so much for the $70 donation on PayPal, Greg. Holy shit. You're the man. That is so much money. I don't deserve that. That is way too much. But thank you, Greg. Let's get 700 Greg W's down below in the chat. Greg, that is nuts. So Greg with the $70 donation, holy fuck, says, please clip your 10-minute explanation of why Trump is bad so people can download it and share it with their MAGA friends and family.
Oh, shit.
I'm guessing that means you're not supposed to be up here. No worries. You have a good rest of your day. Greg, so you could actually find that on the VOD of the YouTube stream, but I will go ahead and clip that myself, and I'll maybe syndicate it a little bit. Thank you for the good idea, Greg, and seriously, thank you for the $70 donation. That is very, very kind of you, man. I'm very thankful, and thank you so much for your support, bro. Show some love to Greg, and to Greg's great idea of clipping that up. Moving on to the next guest, we got Truth About AI loading up. I feel like this person has been in my queue for the last week and a half. Let's finally get him up here. What's going on, man? You support Trump? They're not even here. Damn. They missed their shot. They have been in the queue every day for the last week. I finally bring them up, and they're not here. Man, I would hate to be them. I'd hate to be them. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Mike Wojak connecting to the stream. While I'm eating my chocolate. I got some Irish chocolate, everybody. It's okay. What's up, Mike? Do you support Trump?
Oh, I do, my man. I do.
Oh, Mike, you shouldn't support that guy. He sucks.
All right, I need you to tell me why, dude, please.
Well, how about we start off with the question in front of me. How do you still support him? Take it away.
All right, well, I voted for immigration. Immigration is doing pretty well. I voted for a turnaround of pissing away our money for wars that seem to be going nowhere but to support certain individuals that have war outlets. Ukraine. We'll use that one. So everything I voted for, this is the first politician in my life. I'm 48 years old. The first politician in my life that actually stood on a pedestal, said what he was going to do, and he's doing it. And he's doing it.
No, he's not. He's actually not doing something you just said.
What is he not doing? Help me out here.
What did he do on July 11th?
You tell me.
He resumed all military funding to Ukraine.
Well, okay, but why did he do that?
Well, now you're shifting the goalpost. You just told me that you support Trump because he told you he's going to defund Ukraine, and then he did.
But on the same token, though, but why did he do that, though?
Why did he do it? Because he realized that
was happening.
Exactly.
Right?
He did that because he realized it was a good thing. He resumed funding to Ukraine for the same reasons why the Democrats wanted funding for Ukraine all along, which was to put more international pressure on Russia. So I guess the Democrats were right and you're wrong.
Well, see, I hate to say that they're wrong because with that being said, how much money is they can't find that we ship to Ukraine?
Okay, so then you're telling us that you disagree with what the Trump administration is doing.
I'm not saying, hey, buddy, I'm not saying Trump is perfect. By no means am I saying that.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So then I've already been able to change your mind on one of your points in the first 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, but no. He stopped it. He did. He said he would, and he did. But
wait,
then
he didn't stop
he's
it.
Getting pressured from multiple sides.
What did he stop?
So he did in the beginning. Yeah, sure he did. But then between NATO and everybody else,
he stopped
pressured.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
No.
What did he stop?
Biden. No. Russia already came in well before Trump, my man.
So then what did he stop?
So how can you stop a war midstream?
Well, he said he was going to stop it on day one. He was either a liar or failure.
Yeah, well, that's impossible when a war has already started. That's already. I mean, if you go deep into it now, look, the Ukraine war goes
listen.
way deeper.
Let's just make this point clear. Here's the point where we're at so far in our conversation.
Okay.
You come up here. Okay. I ask you why you support Trump as president. You tell me because he defunded Ukraine. We didn't need to give them money, and this is the first politician you've seen speak on stage, win the presidency, then actually do what they promised. I debunked that argument by pointing out that he
by one thing. You debunked it by one thing.
Okay. Do you have any other reasons to support Trump? Take it away.
I already said, let's go with all the deportations.
Oh, deportations are bad. Name one way that mass deportation materially benefits this country.
Oh, God. See, now, dude, now I'm going to, okay. See, this is something I know a little bit about here. Okay. Let me tell you why. Because they're here illegally, number one. Number two, why were the Democrats feeding them so much money, giving them so much stuff to be here? Because we both know why that is, right? We both know that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What money were Democrats giving to undocumented immigrants? I don't even care that this is a non-answer to the question. I'll entertain it. What money were the Dems giving to undocumented? So do you think that the Biden-Harris...
I'm from Illinois.
Do you think that the Biden-Harris...
I am from Illinois. So, yes, I do know about the $3,200 that they do get on a card. I do know about their free phones that they get. I do know about the housing that they get. So what are you saying? What are you saying? They don't get this? Are you saying they don't get it?
Are you saying that the Biden-Harris administration gave money to undocumented immigrants?
Oh yeah. For sure.
Do you know what the personal responsibility and work sorry, I'm stuttering. Let me repeat myself.
You want to know why I said that?
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. I was in the middle of a sentence. I stuttered.
Okay, all right, go for it.
Do you know what the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act is?
Well, yes, I do. Well, a little bit. A little bit of it. That is for bringing in workers to the United States, right?
No. So this was a bill passed in 1996 that made it illegal to give federal public benefits to undocumented immigrants. Eli, thank you so much for the galaxy. I will never understand the grandeur delusions of the minds of Trump supporters when they sit here and tell me that the Biden-Harris administration or the federal government was giving money to undocumented immigrants because point blank period, you're wrong. It's been illegal since the 90s, okay? Undocumented immigrants can't qualify for federal Medicaid. They can't qualify for federal Medicare. They can't qualify for federal Social Security. They can't qualify for federal EBT. Can't qualify for federal food stamps. Can't qualify, one moment, can't qualify for federal Section 8. They can't qualify for any of these systems.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
Yeah.
Since when is it federal? It's state.
Oh, okay. Well, then if it was the states that are giving them the benefits, which they do receive in some states, then it wasn't the Biden-Harris administration like you suggested.
No, that's not true. Because when the Biden administration decided to give packages to Chicago, to California, to New York, and hid it under a different disguise, sure they did.
Okay. Well, actually, you're just describing something else that is literally made illegal under the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. States cannot use federal funding to create programs to fund benefits for undocumented immigrants.
Oh, really?
They can only use state funding.
So don't say they're not.
They
are.
Okay, can you give me evidence of that, Mr. Mack? No.
How can they not be? Okay, so why would Pritzker be begging for federal fucking funding right now? Why is that?
Okay, I don't even know who Pritzker is. Just give me evidence that the Biden administration is giving money to these states to give money to undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, because Illinois has given a crap ton to them to change the seats in Congress, for sure.
That's paid for by your tax dollars. That's paid for by your tax dollars, not the federal government's, yours, because you're an Illinois resident.
See, here's the thing, though, dude. Here's something that you might be blind to.
The Illinois governor.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that. I mean, again, everyone's corrupt. I get that.
Well,
but
everyone's corrupt.
When you use the state's money to fund an agenda, and then you use the federal government to fill in the
Did you know that undocumented immigrants pay taxes?
Come again?
Did you know that undocumented immigrants pay taxes?
Depending on if they have a Social Security card or not, or if they're getting paid cash.
No, undocumented immigrants can pay taxes and ITINs through work permits. So according to the IRS, they pay about $100 billion.
They have a work permit. Wait, time out.
According to the IRS,
if you're going to be jumping over the fucking fence working for cash, you're not paying for fucking taxes.
One moment, sir. Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. Now, it sounds like you responded to that by suggesting that there are some undocumented immigrants that don't pay taxes as they work under the table for cash. There is, just like there's some citizens that also do it. I would actually suggest, now listen to me here, Mike, more undocumented immigrants disproportionately work under the table than citizens. Why would I suggest that? Well, if they work over the table on a work permit and they paid taxes, they can't claim any federal benefits. So they'd be less incentivized to do it. They're not reaping the benefit from the money they'd be paying in taxes. So in other words, if we were to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship and position them where they can claim those federal benefits and claim a tax return, then more of them would pay taxes without any material change in without any material change in their employment. So are you telling me that you'd actually support a plan to give mass amnesty to undocumented immigrants, naturalize them, give them residency or citizenship, so more of them pay taxes and economically contribute to our country to a higher degree? Woo. Simple solution. Look at that, Mike. I'm you. Mike. Okay, here's what I'm going to have you do. I'm going to need you to click on that profile picture of yours in the bottom right-hand corner. Click the icon of the mic. You're muted right now. I believe in you, Mike. You could figure it out. There you go.
All right. I don't understand your question. Are you saying that the people here now, that America never held a legal path to citizenship for these people that are here illegally now? Is that what you're saying? You're saying if
no,
they
that's not what I'm saying. Reagan did mass amnesty back in the 80s.
Excuse me?
Reagan did mass amnesty for a couple million undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, but why was that though? See, you're not, if you looked at the people that were coming in through Mexico, my man, we're not talking families here, you know?
Oh, we are.
When you looked at the Texas thing, we are talking young males coming in. How do you take over a country, dude?
Wait, don't young men have like one of the highest propensities out of any demographic to work? Oh, they do! Wow, maybe. Wow! Oh, we got all these young men coming in. Oh, they're working to a higher degree on average than American citizens. Oh, undocumented immigrants have a higher active participation rate in the American labor force than citizens. Oh, they are more likely to productively provide to this country, produce goods, and buy them, while also contributing $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion to the American GDP per year, per study done by the American Immigration Council. Oh, the horror! The horror, Mike. I'm going to cry. I'm shivering in fear. I muted you again. You got to unmute. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. It's just easier for me to mute you than to be like, Mike, don't interrupt me. Because you interrupted me. I don't know. It's just easier. You know how to do it. You've already done it before, Mike. Mike. There you go. Feel free to respond to what I just said.
I don't know. I just heard a bunch of shit.
Oh,
I don't
I was talking about
I say, how do you get a military to turn against their people? And then you went off about some nonsense.
Wait, how do you get a military to turn against these people? What are you saying?
You know what amnesty means?
Wait, can you respond to the last point that I made? You're just like spewing incoherent gibberish. So I was bringing up the fact that if we were to offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship and make our country better and more people would pay more taxes, you respond to that by saying, well, a lot of undocumented immigrants are young men. I bring up that young men are...
No. Before that, no. What I said was, maybe I was muted. I don't know. What I said is what you are saying is the illegals in this country now, which make them illegal, we did not offer a path to citizenship for them before, correct? Is that what you're saying? There's no path to citizenship to this country.
For undocumented immigrants?
For anybody coming in. Well, you're saying undocumented immigrants, I'm saying illegal. I'm saying if you come
there's here, legal ways to get citizenship. Yes.
Correct. There is. There is. And then there's illegal ways as well. So, okay. So you tell me.
Well, there's not a single illegal way to get citizenship. Citizenship is necessarily a legal process.
So how are these people that you're saying are, like if you give them a path, We have a path. Why can't they just follow it? Why do we have to be the exception?
Good
of
question.
The world?
Good question. So you're saying we have a path. Why can't they just do the one that we already have? It's because the one that we already have is really inefficient. So if you're like in Mexico and you want to become an American citizen and you don't already have a family in the country, you want to be shocked if it would take you 7 to 12 years, right? The main driving cause of undocumented immigration into this country is the fact that the legal means of entry are slow, neglected, and depraved. And I feel that Congress has done that intentionally to create the problem of undocumented entry, so people like Trump could run every 4 years on trying to fix it than doing nothing to fix it in the long term.
I mean,
Bear, thank you for the Cooper picnic. Like, think about it, my friend. Stop interrupting me, you little shit. Think about it, my friend.
I ain't that little, boy. Careful.
Yeah. So listen.
Everyone's a fucking keyboard warrior. Let's say something fucking while we're on the subject. How many people did Obama?
No,
ship
dude,
up out of here?
You continue to pivot, deflect, and change the topic of conversation, and it's annoying the shit out of me. Like, think about it, Mike. You just made a point. Stop interrupting me. This is why I've muted you. Mike, I'm going to need you to calm down. You're getting too emotional. You're getting way too emotional, Mike. I need you to calm down and hear me out. If you interrupt me again, I'm going to have to throw you back on mute, and then you're going to have to do that thing where you're trying to find the unmute button for like a minute, and I'm over here just sitting tinkering and with my fingers, right? So just calm the fuck down, bro. Okay? We're going to go point by point. Just because you're losing on the individual points because you don't know what the hell you're saying doesn't mean that you get to interrupt me when I'm responding to what you said and then bring up a whole new point. So we're going to go point by point, Mr. Mike. The last point that you made was, don't we already have a legal way of entry into the country? Then I brought up how it is slow, neglected, and forgotten by Congress. And the fact that it is so slow, takes so long, and is so expensive is what actually causes so much undocumented entry into the country. And if we want to fix the issue of undocumented entry into America, all we need to do is eradicate the incentive by making the legal means of entry into this country as broadly available to as many people as possible at any given point in time.
Why do you want to open up the borders like that? That doesn't make sense. Now, here's the deal.
Because immigration is good for the country.
Illegally, and they're fucking citizens now. So don't tell me there's not a path. And who cares if it takes long? Go to another country. Why do we have to be the opening door for the world to be like, hey, everyone, come on in. Take everything we built. Now we are excellent.
Really?
Now we need to stop.
Name one way that immigration materially hurts this country today.
I'm going to tell you how, like I was explaining before.
Name one specific way
to turn against.
Well, he was yapping, but I gagged him with that one. I gagged him with that one. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue, if and only if you support Trump as president. We'll get you loaded into the live. Sorry, Mike. Dude got pushed. But let's move on to that next guest now. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you loaded up in here. We got our next guest connecting. Who do I want to get up? Who's next? Meech? Let's get Meech up here. What's up, Meech? Are you Meech from Reddit?
I don't know who that is.
No worries that you're not Meech. Very niche reference. There's maybe 10 people watching the live who know who I'm talking about. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
19? What year were you born in?
2006.
Okay. All right. There's a couple people I want to thank here. James, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying, thank you, Mr. Dean, for reeling these idiots for our entertainment and education. James, I love what I do. Thank you for being here, and thank you for enjoying it. Thank you so much. Show some love to James down below in that comment section, everyone. I want to see 200 James W's, as well as 500 Christy W's. Thank you so much, Christy. Christy says, I also think you need to save the quote-unquote warm moment clips on your page, where they concede kindly, like they have today. His supporters need to know why other people are leaving MAGA, but that it's also okay to leave graciously. It's hard for people to leave a cult. They need examples. Christy, you are actually smart as fuck. That makes perfect sense. Thank you. Thank you for that idea. Thank you for the $50 donation. Show some love to Christy down below in the chat. Thank you. That is awesome of you. Now, Meech, you go ahead and take it away while the chat is showing some love to Christy for the $50 and the great idea. Tell us why you support Trump.
All right. Well, I just think he's better. Well, in my opinion, I think he's better than like Kamala. And I was just wondering, like, would you choose Kamala over Trump?
Obviously.
Like, why would you choose her?
Because she's actually good for the country.
Or like, what like were some of the things that like?
Yeah, tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class, and not like a raging fascist that doesn't care about our Constitution. That was a good starting point.
Right, but Trump then like, oh yeah, well, all right, you're right about that. But
sick.
I heard you said like you want to open borders.
Yeah, open borders, full communist country. LFG, no, I'm just kidding. If you want my thoughts on immigration, I would direct you towards the 11th row of my videos where you could watch a 5.5-minute video of me going over my thoughts on immigration. Listen, Meech, if you have any reasons why you support Trump, feel free to run them by me. But if you're just more so curious, which it sounds like you are, I'd highly recommend watching my videos and watching live compared to being on it and debating me.
No, it's really because like the immigration thing.
Okay.
Because like you said open.
I'm sorry, Meech. I'm going to go move on to the next guest. Once again, if you want my thoughts on immigration, feel free to go watch that video I just directed you to. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Catherine, thank you so much for the $40 over on PayPal. That is very, very kind of you. Catherine says, I'm a Navy spouse, poli-sci grad, and a mom of 3, one who's significantly disabled. Thank you for the work that you're doing of educating when folks like us are too tired. Proud of you, Dean. Catherine, holy shit. Navy spouse, poli-sci grad, mom of 3. You are killing it in life, my friend. Thank you so much for your kind words and your $40 donation. If everybody watching could show some love to Catherine and mean the world to me. As well, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok and in that pin message on YT. But welcome in, Noah. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Noah, you really shouldn't support Trump. He's a terrible person and a terrible president.
I mean, I'm a Republican, so that's number one. Number two,
your
to
party
be honest,
affiliation shouldn't be number one. The country should be number one.
I think it definitely plays a role. But to be honest, I think he's done a lot of good things that the liberal media skews to him being, a terrible person, and honestly aligned with my values that I saw to benefit, the United States. And yeah, I still support him. I think we're in a much better place than where we would be with Kamala, and I got no problem with him being president.
Name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten better in the last 250 days.
The macroeconomic variable?
Yeah. Like unemployment, inflation, so on and so forth.
Yeah, macroeconomic variable.
Unemployment, inflation, GDP growth, long-term inflation, job opportunity, like those are macroeconomic variables.
Yeah, I would say they were growing compared to the Biden administration.
No.
I believe it was his first month in office where we just opened up, because as you know, AI is expanding.
Which one is doing better now? Like which variable?
I'm sorry, what do you mean? Which one is doing better?
Like, is unemployment doing better? Is inflation doing better? Is GDP growth doing better? Like which variable is doing better now that Trump is
I feel like we're still recovering from COVID in general. I don't know. You can't really put that into perspective, but yeah, considering that, jobs are starting to open up a lot more and that he's bringing business into this country, he's getting European countries to buy in on United States soil, I think is a huge benefit.
Okay.
It's definitely a long process in regards to what Biden created.
Everything that you just said there.
It's going to be tough. Sorry. What was that?
Everything that you just said there was wrong. You said that there's more jobs opening up. Actually, today is the first day in like 10 years where we've had more unemployed Americans than open job opportunities. And that actually came before earlier this morning where we had a job revisions of 900,000. So no, the job market is doing very terrible right now. In fact, the likelihood of a recession occurring this year because of that is going up. Now, your second claim there was more businesses coming into America, more investment in American businesses. That's also not true. So for the last 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, investment in American businesses boomed per the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis in their economic data. Now, since Trump won the election and in the first 2 quarters of this year, it's stagnated and gone down. So investment into American business is actually down.
I mean, to be fair, if you look at the statistics, I think I saw this, CNN did a project on this as well. If you're talking about the exact market in regards to which jobs, especially for students, so I'm 24, recently just graduated, and one of the statistics, especially compared to, you know, let's say our parents' age, is men especially aren't going into like manufacturing or CNC jobs per se. But women are having a higher growth of getting accepted into the workforce because there's healthcare, there's other industries. So I don't think that's necessarily a Trump problem. I think that's necessarily changes in the way that we are as human beings of which jobs we're determining to go to. Because if you look at those hard labor jobs, there isn't a lot of high acceptance rates in regards to people going to apply to jobs. And that's because
So
these
if it wasn't
new
a Trump,
markets would...
if it wasn't a Trump problem, then how come it started when he was inaugurated? And how come we didn't see these same trends in the last couple of years of the Biden-Harris administration?
Because our age group is finally starting to graduate and starting to hit the workforce. And that's, you know, that's a fact. That's like, I'm not in it. I wouldn't think to be a CNC workshopper. Like, that's just how we are. You know, a lot of people are high on college educations now. So when you take that and
every single
instead
year,
of going to trade per se,
every single year, there's millions of Americans that graduate and go into the workforce. What is so special about the millions of Americans that have graduated and gone into the workforce in the last 9 months that has just suddenly changed everything? I guess we'll never know because he just left. Moving on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop in that QView Support Trump. We'll get you pulled up here. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. We got Jacob loading up. Yeah, people are always hitting the workforce every year. Gare Bear, appreciate you for the Cooper Flies. It's very kind of you. As well as Jamie, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Jamie. Show some love to Jamie down low. And then Casey with the $2 saying mic drop. Hey, what is going on, Jacob? Do you support Trump?
What's up, bro? Yeah, I do, man.
How old are you?
20.
How do you feel about the fact that your favorite president, Mr. Trump, sent a letter to Epstein in 2003 with a depiction of a naked body of a woman or girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret," then denied that it was real, then had it confirmed as real because Congress released it from the official Trump record, from the official Epstein records, and then denied that it was his signature, but then we confirmed that it was his signature by comparing it to his other signatures in that same time period?
I mean, I don't know anything about that, so I don't know, man. But I just wanted to ask you one thing. You know that Ukrainian woman that was stabbed on the train. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'll happily respond to what you have to ask me if you respond to what I have to ask you. But in a nutshell, innocent people getting stabbed and dying is bad.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. So I'm just wondering why the media, why are they not reacting the same way as if same way as George Floyd?
Probably,
why is there no uprising?
Probably
about that?
because a law enforcement officer killed George Floyd. A law enforcement officer did not kill this woman.
But why is it so much worse?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's any worse for a law enforcement officer to murder compared to a non-law enforcement officer. Murder's murder, right? But there's going to be more gravity and more eyes on it when it's an agent of law enforcement that commits this heinous action because they're in official representation of the government, right? And that also sparked a larger conversation about where we've gone wrong as a society with how we govern our law enforcement agencies and police abuse and misconduct towards people of color, not just in modern American history, but in American history as a whole. So, I mean, those are probably the key significant differences that led towards more attention as directed to George Floyd and his murder compared to this lady and her murder, right?
Yeah, but wasn't George Floyd's death a lot to do with fentanyl and drugs?
Well, actually, according to the medical examiner, no, because he didn't have a sufficient level of the F drug in his system to unalive him. Fun fact, you could go read the medical examiner's notes on his what do you call it? I want to say dissection, but it's not what they're officially called. You could read the medical examiner's notes, and they denoted that they didn't have sufficient levels of the F drug in his system. But I had to kick him because he said the name of the F drug. You can't say the names of DRUGS on TikTok. The toxicology report. Yeah, they did a post-mortem autopsy and toxicology report. The toxicology report didn't denote significant levels of the F drug to cause an OD. Fun fact. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Oh, it's you again. Hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
23.
Can you disconnect any and all Bluetooth devices connected to your phone?
No, I can't. Hold on. I gotta go there.
You gotta go then? Bro, you've been waiting a week to get in here. And now the moment you get up, you gotta go. Crazy work. All right, moving on to the next guest. Hop back Q, if you support Trump, we'll get you up here. Jesus, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Jesus says, as a Venezuelan, but also not a Trump supporter, I'm very happy that you have not talked about the situation like other left-wing YouTubers that have totally lost my support for not doing their research and talking out of bias. Are you referencing like Donald Trump's involvement with Venezuela? I mean, if I'm going to be honest, Jesus, I just haven't done enough research. So I don't talk about it. I prefer for that reason. I do need to do more research though. Something I should do. What's up? Do you support Trump, Poverty?
Yes.
Age, please.
I'm 20.
What year were you born in?
1996.
Moving on to the next guest. Keep in mind, if you're in that queue, make sure that you're an American adult that supports Trump. Come on, guys. Let's make sure that we're following them rules. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next guest. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. Go to put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. We're going to get on to that next debate right now. We're going to be on for around another hour and a half. Welcome in. What's up, Nikki? Do you support Trump? No. Moving on to Black Coffee Babe. Let's go and get Black Coffee Babe loaded into the stream. Hello, Black Coffee Babe. Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, unfortunately, but I don't know if I still support him or not.
Okay. Well, if you don't know if you still support him or not, I think that you're like in the right place to learn more by like watching the stream. But quite frankly, probably not in the right position to come up here and to be debating me. But that's fine. That says nothing bad about you. In fact, I'm very proud that you're starting to doubt yourself. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We're going to go get Cadence loaded up into the stream, guys. Go ahead and put a MAGA or Trump in that queue with your age if you want to come up here and have a conversation. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump? Nope, they left. Yo, Real Country Girl 2, I sent you an invite. You're spamming yes in the chat. Come up here, Real Country Girl 2. And somebody in the chat just said, why didn't you help her? No, like the stream does. Like the stream really helps people that are like doubting their support in Trump. That's one of the main reasons why I do these streams. Like the only like help that these streams produce isn't just for the people that are on the stream. Like honestly, more frequently than not, I don't change the minds of the people that I'm debating. The real purpose of these streams is to try to change the minds of people listening or to arm you guys with points and facts to turn around and to try to change the minds interpersonally of those within your own life. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get him up in here. What's up? Do you support Trump, Rod?
Yeah, for sure.
Rod, how old are you?
23.
Why do you support a president that was best buddies with Epstein, sending him letters with depictions of naked women or in some minds naked little girls with statements telling Epstein to live every new day like a wonderful secret?
Jesus Christ. So basically, Dean, I see a lot of your content. I actually don't support Trump, but I what I don't like is you're such a smart guy and you have such a big platform, especially for the left. Why is all of your content geared towards just hating Donald Trump? Like, why are you not uplifting other politicians or other left-wing, or even creators that are actually doing the right things? Like, I saw James Tallarico is running for Senate today out of Texas. Like,
so why am I not
feel
talking
like
about people on the left and uplifting them? I do. You just don't see it. I literally traveled to a sit-down panel in Aspen, Colorado, to speak for an hour about what the left could do better. I made like a public endorsement video of Zoran Mamdani that got 100,000 likes on Instagram 2 days before the primary for the Democrats in the mayoral race over there. I do. You just probably don't see it.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. I just feel like so much of like what of your content that I do see, the primary, it's just always about Donald Trump and his administration doing wrong.
Right, yes.
And I just feel like
majority of my content is about why the Trump administration is terrible, and that's not going to change.
I mean, fair enough. I just feel like someone in your position could just do so much better, and I do appreciate you saying those things that you do help the rest of the
One of my
left.
positions could do so much better.
It's just I feel like it's a waste of time.
Do you mind if I ask you what you're doing?
I mean, I have a job in America. I mean, I will vote eventually.
All right, I'm out here doing more than you. So why are you hating?
I'm not hating. I just feel like that you could do better. You know, like it feels like a waste. Like spending all this time just on Donald Trump. Like it just feels like a waste. We're talking about these things we can't change now. It's like, do you really think he's gonna get impeached? Like, is that viable?
Here's what I'd say. I obviously think it's also important to talk about the left and where the left has gone wrong and what the left needs to do better. And that's why I do that too. That's why I've traveled to sit down panels in Aspen. That's why I've done private events with really rich Democrats in places like LA to tell them where to put their money so we could actually get better outcomes than we've seen in the past and what we shouldn't be supporting nor endorsing. That's why I'm going to have Rosie O'Donnell in my stream in the next week or two to come up here and talk to me about her experiences with the Democratic Party and with Trump. But obviously, majority of what I do with the debates, majority of what I do with news reporting will be surrounding the current administration for being literal fascists, right? And I feel like that's pretty warranted. I think that propaganda must be combated, and I think I'm damn good at combating it, so why would I stop it?
No, that's fair enough. It's just someone like me that's very down the middle or just has like seen things from like a bipartisan view. It almost gets like taxing seeing like the both sides are very taxing to me, but it's just, you know,
well, I don't doubt that my content could get taxing to some, but what I'd recommend in that circumstance is just simply scrolling. I get it. I get it. I get it. You know, actually, I will say I completely get it. You know, if you can't watch the debates every single day, that is so understandable. Oh, they're not here. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue. View Sport Trump. We'll get you loaded up here. We'll have a conversation. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Moving on. Only hop in that queue if and only if you support Trump. All right. We got Oliver loading up. What's up? Do you support Trump?
So my parents voted for them. I'm kind of now independent, so I'm kind of like still like getting new to politics. I'm 18 years old, so like I'm like freshly new to politics. I'm kind of like new into it, you know.
Hell yeah, man. What I'd recommend to use just probably like watch the live.
But the thing is, I'm from California, so like I knew what Gavin Newsom did to my state, and it's completely messed up and screwed up, you know.
Well, we're here to talk about Trump, not Newsom. But here, what I recommend if you're new to politics, dude, and you just kind of want to figure out more, please watch the live. Maybe hit that follow button so you can follow along with my reporting and the reporting of others to like gain a better understanding of what the Trump administration is doing. You are like perfectly fit for the viewership. I think that's awesome, man. Yeah, no, but like I said, Rosie O'Donnell, I reached out to her on Instagram and I asked her if she wanted to come on the stream, and then she responded in like under 30 seconds saying when she gets some free time, she'd love to. I would love to have Rosie O'Donnell up here. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Me? I'm 21.
No, I'm just kidding, dude. I'm 22.
22. Do you support Trump?
I do.
You really shouldn't do that. He's a terrible president.
No, I really like his stance on abortion.
Oh, you should not. Why do you think that abortion should be left up to the states?
Because I think it is the unjustification killing of human life.
Okay. And why do you think it's unjustified?
Because it is the murder of human life.
Okay, well, murder is defined as unjustified. So in other words, you're saying it's wrong because it's wrong, or more specifically, it's unjustified because it's unjustified. That's a circular position. If you would like to mirror this argument to the pro-choice side of things, I could just say that it's not unjustified because it's not unjustified, and my argument would be just as valid as yours.
Yeah. Are you saying I'm circling?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How so?
You said it's unjustified because it's murder, when murder is just defined as unjustified. Okay. User 36006113885267 is gone. Have a good rest of your day, my friend. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Oh, dear Lord. Let's go to get that next guest, Adrian, connected and loaded up. As well as, hey, Patty. Patty, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Patty, that is so very kind of you. Let's get 1,000 Patty W's down below in that comment section. I'm reading your message right now, Patty. I'm going to keep that to myself, but just know that you put a big old smile on my face. I appreciate it. And I remember you, Patty. You've donated before. Thank you so much for your support. Let's get 1,000 Patty W's. That is seriously so much money. I do not deserve that. That's very kind of you, Patty. As well as Melissa with a $25 donation on Venmo saying you are damn good at this, doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Melissa. Show some love to Melissa too down below in that chat. As well as Amanda with $20 on Venmo saying former forensic PA here. It's obvious when somebody reads Mr. Floyd's autopsy report that the tox levels were not a significant factor. It's wild how many times I've heard people talk about it, even though they've never read into the report. Yeah, it's very common and frequent misinformation that the right propagates. Definitely, Amanda. As well as Zach with the $5 and Niam with the $5. Thank you guys. Also, I apologize. You know who I'm apologizing to. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I was just wondering if you could carry me to gold in Valorant.
No, I'm actually terrible at Valorant.
Oh,
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad right now.
Yeah, man, me too. I used to be goated. I used to be super goated at Valorant. I stopped playing for a couple years and completely lost it. I lost it on Valorant, dude. See, I kind of like kept my skill on Fortnite. Hell yeah. You know, I could like still hop back on there, crank some 90s and kick some ass. Dude, I tried to get on Valorant the other day with Parker. I guess the other day, it's like a year and a half ago at this point. Jesus Christ, I'm brain rotted. I was so shit. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, how do you?
41.
Okay, all right, man. Real quick before we hop into the debate, City, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the love, City. Mr. 41-year-old Brett, why the hell do you support the worst president of your 41 years of life?
So you know how you come on here and you drop bombs of truth, you come back it up with nukes.
Truth
I just have a
nukes.
quick question.
I'd be dropping truth
That's what they're
nukes.
called. What? I know your mom's MAGA.
Truth nuke.
She hears the truth nuke. Why is she still MAGA?
Because when it comes to politics, she's.
I got the same thing with my parents too. I just want to know.
Are you actually a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. Well, it's because she's a little bit stuck in her ways over there. I will say I've been working on her. When I first started doing what I'm doing, she loved Charlie Kirk. Now she hates him. I'm working my magic slowly but surely. It's just that I'm gonna be real. She's stuck in her ways. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Okay.
Everyone's dead. I had to disconnect you there. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you support Trump and you want to come up here and have a debate with me. Please follow the rules, guys. There's been a lot of people breaking the rules. So please follow them. Only join if and only if you support Trump as president and you want to come up here and have a debate with me about why. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, everyone. Also, guys, if you haven't already, consider hitting that follow button in the top left-hand corner. We go live and we debate Trump supporters every single day, 7 days a week for 4 hours. We have a lot of fun in doing it, too. What is going on? Do you support Trump? Nope, they do not. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Keep in mind, just looking for some Trump supporters. Here we go. What's up, Dylan? You support Trump?
Give or take. Depends on the policy, but for the most part.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm a freshman in college.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2007.
Could you mute the thing in the background?
Yeah, sorry, I'm turning it down.
No worries. Okay. We're going to get 2 people up here. Let's do 2v1. What's up, AJ? Do you support Trump? AJ, are you here? No, AJ's not here. I still think that we should do 2v1. Dylan, I'm going to give you somebody to debate with. Let's go to get him up here.
Yeah.
Guys, hop in that queue if you support Trump. We'll get you loaded in. What's going on? New guest, TK. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
How old are you?
Just turned 20 back in August.
Okay, let's do 3v1. Why not? Let's do 3v1. Let's get Dally up here. Let's see if Dally supports Trump. Go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat. Put a Trump with your age down below in that chat if you want to join. We're looking for some more Trump supporters here. We're going to go ahead and fucking load the panel. So let's do that now. What's going on, Dally? You MAGA? Dally, I'm going to go and give you around 5 seconds here. No, Dally's not even here.
Hello.
Oh, shit. She spoke at like the last second. Dally, hop back in that queue for me if you're MAGA. What's going on, Cecil? You support Trump?
Yes, I do, but I've been watching your streams a lot lately,
and I don't know anything about politics, to be honest with you, but I supported him. But after all that I've learned from you, then I'm starting to think he's a piece of shit.
W Cecil! W Cecil!
Because I did not know anything about him sending naked pictures or anything like that, or nothing.
Preach.
And everything else. I never seen a man so evil in my life. So I just want to hop up here and say thank you for teaching me for everything that man's not done. I do not support him no more.
Cecil.
Wait, Dean, how old are you?
Thank you, Cecil. Pipe down, Dylan. I'm having a moment here. Cecil, thank you, sir. You are a goddamn American patriot, and I hope you have the best rest of your day. God, what a beaut. We're just gonna keep it to a 1v2. Somebody asked me how old I am. I'm 21.
You're 21. Yeah, got you. Why, wait, can I ask you before the debate starts? Why are you liberal? Just curious.
Well, it's because I think that reality has a left-leaning bias, and I align with reality.
So you're not religious in any way whatsoever?
I'm agnostic, but I'd say if I were to be Christian, I'd just have more reason to be liberal.
Why?
Because I think that Jesus was a socialist.
That's a.
You know what I mean? And what was it like? What was it like? Matthew 28. He said that all rich people are going to hell. like, come on.
Well, it's not directly rich people are going to hell, because I feel if you're rich, you still should give money back, like philanthropy, of course.
Psalms 32. Psalms 32 says, if you give glory to those that are worse off than you, you'll be given glory in the kingdom of heaven. Then I forget the precise Bible verse. I think it's in Matthew 5. Where God says the way that you treat the least among you is the way that you treat me, or some shit like that. But anyways, let's just go and keep it to a 1v2. You guys take it away. Oh wait, actually, we have a 1v3. Yo, the user 36006113885267 is back. We're gonna do a 1v3. Let's see if we can get him loaded in here. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, guys, take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? Well, I just feel right now we're in a time where our government is just absolutely shit. I feel like everybody's corrupt in a certain sense. And I feel like, for the most part, Trump is still, don't get me wrong, he's definitely corrupt in some ways, but for the most part, I feel he definitely is there for the majority of the American people.
Ooh, for majority, I would say he's there for very little of the American people. I think he's kind of fucked everybody over in one way or another. Why do you say he's there for majority of Americans? What is one good thing that he's done for a majority of Americans in the last 250 days?
In the last 250 days? Let me think. Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. In the last 250 days, he's this term has been pretty rough for him. I don't think if prime 2016 Trump was in office right now, I feel he's fallen victim to a lot of bias from others. I feel before he was very...
Can you answer the question?
Can I answer the question? Actually, I'm going to be honest, I can't.
Okay.
Be honest, I can't.
I appreciate your honesty there. So if you can't name anything he's done in the last 250 days, 8 months that has benefited a majority of Americans, then why do you think he's good for a majority of Americans?
I just feel he doesn't play as much of the politics card as other individuals. I feel he plays more of less of an extremely professional card, his Instagram, of course. He just he posts memes and he makes fun of the left. I feel he takes everything with more of a lighthearted sense, which I feel plays more into the normal person rather than politics who are just
So overall, you're telling us that you support Trump as president because he shit posts.
Yeah, exactly.
Dylan.
Well, okay. I've been conservative my whole life. I'm mainly conservative because of my religion. My mom is liberal. My dad is conservative. My politics have varied over the years.
Dylan.
With the world I see now, I feel it's pushed me more conservative than liberal.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not quite sure if we could have a debate. You know?
Why?
Because I have nothing to debate.
Oh, pick a topic. We can debate it. Pick a topic.
I mean, you just told us that you support him because he's shitpost. I'm not going to debate that. I'm just going to tell you that that's not compelling reason, and I feel as if that should be obvious.
What's your debate on immigration? What do you think of immigration?
Immigration, good.
You think immigration's good? Like in what sense?
Nearly every sense.
How?
So it's really beneficial to our labor force, really beneficial to the economy, really beneficial to average
in what way
lives.
is it beneficial to our labor force?
Well, immigrants pay taxes, they work, and they contribute
give or
to GDP
take.
growth.
If you're not like a U.S. citizen, you don't necessarily pay taxes, and you kind of just live off of what we give you. Am I wrong?
Well, first and foremost, there are immigrants that are American citizens. I assume that you're specifically talking about undocumented immigrants.
Like undocumented
but even that's not true. So undocumented immigrants or non-citizens can and do pay taxes.
Do you have a source for that?
Yeah, sure. Just go on Google, type in undocumented immigrants pay 100 billion taxes per year. You will find sources from IRS, from Congress.gov, and the Institute on Taxation and Economic Reform.
Okay, so would you rather have an American citizen, a documented American citizen, have a job, or an illegal immigrant have a job?
I'd rather have who's better at the job having the job.
Why? Wouldn't you want to support people of your own country?
Well, I think that it's good to support American citizens, but if ultimately supporting American citizens produces more inefficiencies than less, like no. Like for instance, I'll give you a good example. H-1B visas, okay? You could be a resident on an H-1B visa and be a non-citizen. But ultimately speaking, if you're working at a firm on an H-1B visa because you're more qualified than the other citizens that applied for that position, I'm going to prefer you to the citizens because you're better at the job and you're more economically productive. Do you disagree?
To be honest, I'm going to agree with that. Yeah. I do agree with that statement. I feel though it does sell American citizens short though, for the fact that they've been born, either they're born here or worked for their citizenship and.
Well, actually, it actually just makes it makes American citizens more educated, and it makes American citizens higher skilled because competition drives innovation. And typically, we talk about this conceptually on the supply side of the economy of competing firms developing more innovative products. But even on inside of the labor force, when you have a more competitive labor force, individuals are going to be more incentivized to be higher skilled or more educated. So introducing and allowing individuals to work in this country on H-1B visas doesn't only economically benefit our country because we have the greatest and best minds from all around the world coming to here to learn, here to work, here to start companies, but therefore also would incentivize natural U.S. born citizens to be more educated, to get that degree, to gain this skill, because that workforce is now more competitive. So ultimately benefits not only this country and this country's economy, but also the average skill of an American citizen in the labor force. And obviously we want higher skilled citizens in the labor force, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I feel in the end you should still prioritize American citizens because they're the people that built and are working for this country. And wait,
isn't this Charlie, listen, hear me out. Hear me out. Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump, all of y'all.
I hate Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro. I hate both of them.
Okay, listen. Anyways, hasn't the right been the one launching an attack on black people by saying that black people could just get jobs because they're black and for nothing else, and how that's just DEI? Isn't that conceptually literally what you're describing, but to be true of citizens and immigrants?
Well, the left definitely pushes for black people to get jobs, and if it's somebody who's more left-leaning running a business, I feel they're going to want to hire people because they want to give black people opportunities, even though I feel sometimes black individuals
so not only did you just
themselves not to take advantage of opportunities.
So not only did you just completely ignore what I said, but before I demonstrate that you're not right on this point, I will just first demonstrate, isn't this exactly what you're saying about citizens compared to residents? You're saying that if there's an American citizen, they should get a job over a resident on an H-1B visa, even if the resident on an H-1B visa is higher qualified simply because the citizen's a citizen?
I feel American citizens should be number one priority of the U.S. and people who are getting jobs should be American citizens.
Okay, so you just think that our economy should be worse off, right? So you don't want American exceptionalism. You actually put America last because ultimately speaking, if we were to offer a citizen a job over an H-1B visa, even if the individual on the visa is higher qualified for that job, America's going to be overall worse off and less productive. So how come you want in a country that is overall worse off, less productive, and less innovative, right? Also, you could whine and cry about how much you want people to have a job regardless of their qualifications, given that they're born on American soil. How come you want a worse country for your children?
I don't want a worse country for my children.
Well, then
I
you
want
wouldn't say that a citizen should be given a job
illegal
over.
immigrants also commit a majority of crime.
What did you just say?
It's significant. Illegal immigrants commit a large more majority of crime than American citizens. If you can look it up.
Well,
illegal immigrants commit
not,
more
not
crimes.
Not only does.
Not only because
Can I have you
they're
calm down real quick?
impoverished. Okay, yeah.
So not only does your claim bear no relevance on the conversation that we were having about a legal resident working on an H-1B visa compared to that of a citizen born in
It
American
does. You
soil.
asked if I want a better country for my citizens or a better country for my children, and I said I do want a better country.
You have to stop interrupting.
Well, you just ran.
I said 3 words. Do you need me to draw it out with crayon and paper?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to what I was saying. So, undocumented immigrants and their propensity towards crime has no relevance whatsoever in a conversation about you applying "quote unquote" reverse DEI to preferring citizens over residents on H-1B visas to work at a position, even if it creates a country that is overall less efficient and worse off. But your claim was wrong. Undocumented immigrants do not commit a majority of crimes. In fact, they're less likely to commit crimes than you, Mr. Dillon, who are a natural U.S.-born citizen, per crime stats from PNAS. Yes, really, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes. So you're wrong.
Stand corrected.
You do.
I don't know. I have a bias. You
have a bias against reality because you have been propagandized by the alt-right.
Probably correct. But
I mean, I wasn't as far down the pipeline as you, but I definitely was.
I fail as a male. I fail as a male to connect with the left. I feel males that associate with the left are, I don't know, like I fail to connect with. Like,
hey, I have a question.
What?
Can you name a larger left-leaning Gen Z political influencer than me?
That's a guy or a woman?
It's anybody. Like anybody in Gen Z, my generation, that's on the left, that operates as a political influencer on the internet, that's larger than me.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I cannot sing. The only main one I know.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I don't. I just have seen you debate other people, and I joined your live out of nowhere. I was just sitting in my dorm, and I was like, you know what?
Right.
But no.
Yeah. Right now, I'm one of the biggest Gen Z political influencers on the left, right? So Dylan, when you tell me that you as a male fail to connect to the left, but then a male is one of the biggest political influencers on the left, I think what that demonstrates is that the left doesn't have an aversion to males. The left has an aversion to males with false beliefs. But he got the stream a flag, so I had to drop him.
Hello?
Hey, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, gotta kick you. We're just looking to... Yeah, somebody in the YouTube chat says Adam Ockler. Adam Ockler's pretty fucking big. He's been killing it on YouTube. Then other people in the chat are saying Hassan. Hassan's not Gen Z, he's a millennial. Destiny's not Gen Z, he's a millennial. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I had a question about e-bike laws.
Okay. E-bike laws are very, very tricky and gray.
So do you have any thoughts on e-bike laws, just in general?
I actually do. I do. I think that cities need to crack down on them a little bit harder than they already do. Because technically, because they don't have a combustion engine in many counties, they are considered identical to that of a pedal bike, right? So that means that you could drive an e-bike at 55 miles an hour through a public park or even on a roadway, and it kind of functions synonymous to that of a motorcycle, but you don't need to be licensed. I think that, local governments need to crack down a little bit harder on that. And I know because I have rode an e-bike at 50 miles an hour through a park. It was fun, but probably shouldn't be legal. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, but I had a question about the Epstein files.
I'm sorry. I removed you as soon as you said no. Feel free to put your question in the chat, the Discord, or my DMs, though. And if I see it, I'll happily respond. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. What is up, Eastern Libertarian? Do you support Trump? Nope. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone give us a minute. We got the Rose family loading up into the box right now. While we got them loaded in real quick, Naughty, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Naughty says, Dean, hope you're well. By the way, if this guy wants to make the country safer for his kids, he should rally for gun control. Yup. Show some love to Natty down below. I appreciate you for that $15. As well as Marie with the $5.55. Thank you so much. As well as Charles with the $21. Charles, it is so kind of you. Charles says, happy belated birthday. My fiance wasn't interested in politics 6 months ago. You and Parker changed that. He is addicted now, Lilith. Love you and thank you. Well, thank you so much for the love, and I'm happy I got them politically involved. Let's fucking go. Thank you guys for the love over on Venmo. You guys are awesome. I'd also like to quickly show some love to those over on PayPal. Yo, Patty! Thank you so much for another $100 over on PayPal. Patty, holy shit, you have been so kind. Thank you so much for another $100. Everybody watching, show some love to Patty down below in that comment section while we're looking for that next guest. Holy fuck, show some love to Patty. Let's go. Patty says, you rock my world because you just don't stop. Thank you so much, Patty. You are awesome. Show some love to Patty down below. Show some love to Patty down below while we're looking for that next guest, as well as Laura. Thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Shout out to Patty and Laura. Laura with a $50 donation says, Dean, whenever you talk about socialism and Jesus, the Holy Spirit compels me to donate. Dude. Holy Spirit's compelling you to do some wealth redistribution. Laura, I hope you're well. It's been a while. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Laura and Patty down below in that chat. Very kind of you both. As well as what's going on. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, bitch.
Why are you so upset, Jordan? It's got you emotional today. Oh, Jordan left. Somebody play a very small and sad violin for Jordan while we're moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Only join the queue if you support Trump. Let's go and get that next guest connected right now. Quite frankly, we're going to move on to the next Trump supporter. We got Kimber joining. Only join if you support Trump. Marie with the $10 says, have you seen Trump's quote-unquote, they were born to be criminals comment about Baltimore and Westmore's response yet? I haven't seen Westmore's response yet, but I did watch Donald Trump say that live. What's up, Kimber? Do you support Trump?
You're watching like a horrible person? No, Donald Trump is a horrible person.
Okay, well, it sounds like she's like talking to her kid and she's got a cooking. She probably didn't even mean to request. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Once again, only join if you support Trump. Let's go. Let's go. Moving on to the next guest.
No.
Hey, what's up, man? You support Trump?
Yeah, sort of.
How old are you?
20.
20, what year are you born in?
25. Or 05.
05, what month?
March.
Okay, March
30th.
of 05, perfect.
I'm an Aries. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, give me a second here. Bex, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Bex. That is very kind of you. Bex says, for changing minds every day, it's not +3 today. Now it's +4. Oh, I haven't even been keeping track. That's awesome. I've been watching your videos and debates every day nearly for the last couple weeks, and I was already on the fence, but now it's sealed. Please keep it up. Dude, let's go, Bex. I'm very happy I could change your mind. Show some love to Bex down below. As well as Mr. New Guest Trevor. Take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your 20 years of life?
Oh, no. I mean, I support a lot of things, mostly just like the business side of stuff, because we're in a failing country. But I just actually got on here to ask you kind of your opinions on, well, recently Minnesota, and then also kind of just your view on his, what is it? Choices towards the labor force, I guess. I'm not sure.
Well, how about we clear this up? If you have a reason why you support Trump, feel free to make it clear, and I'll happily tell you why I disagree. If not, I'll probably move on to the next guest.
Well, in complete, utter honesty, definitely indoctrination, but
it's very honest, Trevor.
There's other things, you know.
Well, to name one.
The other guys were saying stuff about like how he doesn't act the same as other politics, you know, for better or for worse. I think that's something that I lean towards because it just I don't know how to say this, and I'm sorry, I'm extremely nervous right now.
Trevor, don't worry about it. I'm honestly a little bit more concerned about the people that join that aren't nervous. I think that speaks towards their lack of like social awareness and intelligence. More so intelligence. That's what I meant to say. And the reason I would say that is because any reasonable, rational mind should be nervous speaking in front of over 17,000 people the first time you're doing it. But honestly, Trevor, it doesn't really sound like you have many reasons to support Trump. And it kind of sounds like you're coming to terms with the fact that maybe it's just because of indoctrination. I appreciate you for being here, and I hope that you stay here, maybe to hear me out for what I have to say. And I bet you'll be on the other side of the fence come next election. Let's go to move on to that next guest, though. We're going to go to get Arturo Gomez loaded up into the stream. Also, apparently, Russian drones entered into Poland airspace. Bro. Oh my god, dude. If I was Polish, man, dude, Polish people just, like, they can't catch a break, dude. Poland can't catch a break, man. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, man, this is great. I'm a big-time fan. I see you all the time, and I love what you do here. One of the biggest things that I wanted to bring up, I do support that he's showing the bad things that he's brought into the government as far as wealthy individuals bringing in every bit of their money to put in everything they can. He's a continuous felon, breaking rules and continuing to...
Arturo, I had to kick you, man, because we're only looking to debate Trump supporters. I appreciate you for your support. And FDT, gotta love it. Gotta love it. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Please follow those rules. We got Adrian loading up. As well as Danielle. Dude, Danielle, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Danielle didn't leave a message. All in your love. I really appreciate you so much. Please show some love to Danielle down below in that chat for the $25. And what's going on, Aiden? Do you support Trump? Or actually, Adrian. Adrian, are you MAGA? No, we're going to kick on. Moving on to David. Here we go, folks. Let's go. Show some love to Adrian. Hey, as well as Brooklyn. I appreciate you so much for the $26 over on PayPal. Brooklyn with the $26 says, a happy birthday to Kip. He self-unalived 3 months ago.
I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm so sorry.
No worries, David. Once again, Bethany says, happy birthday to Kip. He self-unalived 3 months ago, and today he would have been 26. He would have loved your content. Happy birthday, best friend. Oh, Brooklyn, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that you're holding up well. Happy birthday to Kip. I understand how hard that could be. So very hard. So very hard. We're going to move on to the next guest, Quentin. Yeah. Well, that's rough, man. I had like 2 friends self-unalive in high school. It's very hard to deal with. Very hard experience. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not. I just wanted to say that I love you very much.
I mean, I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. We're going to throw those rules up on screen. Just take a good look. Only join if you're 18 plus American MAG and ready to debate. Go to put Trump with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up here. Let us know. Let us know, guys, unless MAGA is extinct. MAGA is gone. There's none left. There's none left. No more Trump supporters. What's going on? You support Trump? Nope, they're not here. No more Trump supporters. They're all gone. Uh-oh, they're all gone. No more Trump supporters. They're all gone. They're all gone, quite frankly. Quite frankly, all gone. What's up, Tanner? You're spamming that you love Trump in that comment section. So you really
do love Trump.
So why do you love a guy that was best buddies with Jeffrey Epstein and sending him letters with depictions of naked women and statements saying, may every new day be another wonderful secret? It's kind of weird.
Can you prove that they were best buddies?
Yeah. I mean, didn't we just hear Epstein, or a victim of Epstein's the other day, talk about how Epstein was always talking about Trump and even had a framed picture of them together on his desk? And I mean, isn't that just kind of what we know about the 80s and 90s and the relationship between Epstein and Trump? They were always together, hosting parties together. He was always at Mar-a-Lago, etc. I feel like that's pretty common sense in American politics today.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just gave you the proof.
What was the proof? You have a couple of pictures of Trump and Epstein.
Well, it's what
Is that your proof they were best buds?
Literally 3 days ago, a survivor of Epstein spoke out in front of the Capitol saying Epstein was always talking about Trump and even had a framed picture of the two together on his desk.
So anecdotal evidence?
I'd say that is
One
very
person?
strong evidence considering it is the anecdotal evidence of a survivor of Epstein.
One person?
One person would be the source that I'm referencing right now. Yeah, I'd say that's sufficient.
So should we reference Ashley Biden's journal for Joe Biden?
Well, we could talk about Ashley Biden's journal as soon as you respond to my question, but I don't think that we're quite done with the line of conversation yet. You know, maybe other evidence.
Did you know he sniffed little girls on camera? Joe Biden?
Once again, we could talk about Joe Biden as soon as we're done talking about Trump. The what about Biden definitely isn't going to work on me, especially when I'm asking you questions about Epstein. You know, I think honestly, you're asking for evidence that they were best buddies. Maybe even like the letter in of itself is very telling. How about we just read it together real quick? So this is the letter that Trump sent to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003. Let's go to read it together. First line, there must be more to life than having everything. Donald says, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey says, nor will I. I also know what it is. Donald says, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey says, yes, we do come to think of it. Donald says, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald says, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. All outlined with a depiction of a naked woman, and even some may be saying a naked teen.
So just a bunch of vague statements that don't have any other information behind them?
Yeah, I would definitely say the statements talking about how they have certain things in common that are better than having everything, and how Donald wants Epstein to have wonderful secrets every day, and this is all outlined by the figure of a naked woman or teen, is definitely very obviously telling that at the bare minimum, Trump knew what Epstein was doing.
And we know what Biden was doing with that video of him sniffing little girls, right?
Right, you're just going back to Biden. We'll talk about Biden
We know
next.
what he was doing.
We need to be able to finish out
You
the
have
conversation
hearsay on Trump. We have video of Biden.
Once again, you keep on doing the but Biden thing. We'll happily talk about Biden when we're done having a conversation about Trump. This is simple.
Yeah, we have hearsay on Trump. We have video evidence of Joe Biden, your hero, sniffing little girls.
Okay,
Can you explain that?
Dude, okay, do I need to repeat myself? Like, I'm genuinely confused. I just told you that we could talk about Biden once we're done talking about Trump. Is that hard for you to understand? like, dude, this is like such a simple concept. We're talking about you and your support for President Trump. Now, if you want to talk about me and my support for Biden when he was president, that's fine. I'll happily have that conversation with you. That's kind of why I'm here, one of the reasons. But we got to go one subject at a time. We can't go, Dean makes a point about Trump, and then you deflect to Biden because there's no productivity gained. Right? Like for instance, I could just do the same thing, right? You're asking, but Biden. I could say, no, you don't have evidence of that. But Trump, so that's why we need to go one topic at a time. Do you get that concept?
I do get that concept.
Okay, so now that you understand that on the conceptual level, let's finish out our conversation about Trump. So Trump, we know he sent this letter to Epstein, and we know that he denied the letter was even real before it was released by Congress 2 days ago. If it was a nothing burger, why would he deny that it's real?
What does any of this have to do with why I support Trump as president?
I guess you're not answering my question. You're really playing the deflection game hard, my friend. You
I
can't
came on
answer
here
anything.
to address the prompt in the background. What does any of this have to do with why I support Trump as president?
Well, actually, it would be how can you still support him as president even though he's done these things? That's how it's relevant.
Yeah, prove he's done any of these things. Prove it.
Well, I'll happily offer you more proof for more of my claims after you answer the question I just asked you. Why would Donald Trump say the letter was fake if the letter was a nothing burger?
So you can't do it?
I can't let you pivot. Yes.
You can't provide evidence for anything you say.
So if me, providing evidence for something I said would be a pivot away from the question I'm asking you, right now I am unwilling to do that? I guess, actually, yeah, sure, after you answer my question, I'd be, very like graceful and willing to be good faith and give you like more evidence for anything I've said. But first I'd like you to answer my question. How about this? I will demonstrate. I will demonstrate a token of good faith to you, sir. What have I said that you'd like evidence for?
Anything at all.
Anything at all? Well, that's too vague.
That Trump is a sexual abuser. Give some evidence.
Oh, easy.
Because you say it every day.
Easy.
Give some evidence.
Easy. He sexually exploited teen girls and women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. And my evidence of this would be him boasting about it on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. That one's easy.
Yeah, prove that he did it.
Prove that he did it? Sure. Here's a clip of him admitting to doing it.
St. Mary's Cancer Center's.
We got an ad first. Let's go ahead and take a listen to the evidence together. This is Trump speaking in 2005.
You're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah, where does he admit to anything?
Yeah, he admitted to walking into their changing rooms and looking at them when they had no clothes on, even though they were in a women's only space with no men around. It's definitionally speaking sexual exploitation.
No, he said that because he's the owner, he goes in and inspects the property.
Okay, well, point number one, just because you own a woman's dressing room doesn't mean that you could walk into it if there's women in there. That would still be sexual exploitation. Like, imagine if you were a business owner and you had like women or girls working for you, and there was a bathroom in this business, that was on your property. And do you think this would give you the right to like walk into the women's restroom simply because the women's restroom is technically on your property and open up the stall doors and look at the naked women and girls while they were using the restroom?
Well, I've been in gyms where women workers walk in the male's restroom. Is that okay to you?
No, it's actually not.
Okay, so it happens all the time.
Okay, it happens frequently. So you're just saying that sexual exploitation happens frequently, right?
Or is it just an employee doing their job?
So now you're just saying it's an employee doing their job. So if you had a little girl that was using the restroom at like Walmart, for instance, and a man with a Walmart name tag on his chest pushed by you, walked into the woman's restroom and peeked his head under the stall that your little girl was using.
Now you're reaching.
Would you say that is just an employee doing their job, or that is somebody like sexually exploiting your daughter?
See, now you have to go to extremes and reach with hypotheticals.
Well, that's just as extreme as what Donald Trump admitted to, because that's exactly what he did. He walked backstage into the women's only space. He said there were no men around, meaning it was a woman and girls dressing room. And he specifically went in there to look at them when they were naked with no clothes on, as he said.
He didn't say that. Where is that?
How much do you want to bet?
He said...
How much do you want to bet that he...
Where he said, I saw them naked. I saw them with no clothes.
Yeah, for sure. How much do you want to bet that he said they had no clothes on?
And that's why he went in there.
How much do you want to bet? How much money do you want to bet that he didn't say that they had no clothes on?
Didn't you just pull up a clip?
I want to bet money. Come on, man. Are you confident in your convictions?
You just tried to pull up a clip and I debunked you.
I don't think that you're debunking shit, especially if you're not willing to put money on it.
I'll debunk you on another one.
I don't think you've debunked me on anything. I'm just simply asking you to put some money on it. How much money do you want to put on?
Correct thing this entire time.
Tanner, how much money do you want to put on your claim that he did not say they had no clothes on? Really? Do you want to bet $1,000? Are you willing to bet
$1,000?
$1,000?
You don't have $1,000 to bet.
I do.
I don't think you do.
Okay. What's more believable to you? 100?
Probably $10.
10. Okay. You want to bet $10,
You have
Tanner?
$10?
Yeah, I got $10. You want to bet $10, Tanner?
Are you gonna send me $10?
I'll send you $10 if you're right. Once again, your claim that you'd have to be right about is that he didn't say they had no clothes on. Will you send me $10 if I'm right?
Yeah, I want Donald Trump to say literally
that they had no clothes
on. I want those exact words to be in the clip.
All right, my friend, you're about to owe me $10.
Obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? Everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes.
You owe me $10, Tanner.
No, I don't. Where does he say the exact words I asked for?
You just said it right there. And I quote, they're standing there with no clothes.
That's not what I asked for.
Yeah, that is what you asked for.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you asked where he said that they have no clothes on, right?
I asked you to show me a clip of him saying exactly what I said.
He did. He said that they're standing there with no clothes. It's saying exactly what you said, that they had no clothes on.
No, we can run this clip back.
Right. Okay, let's run it back. You said, show me exactly where he said that they have no clothes on. And I did. He said that they're standing there with no clothes.
I don't see it as a
It could be a conflict of interest.
All right. One would stand.
Together.
Cancer centers.
Prove that he
We
did it. That one's easy.
Yeah, prove that he did it.
Prove that he
We
did it. Sure. Here's a clip of him admitting to doing
St.
it.
Mary's Cancer Centers.
Stop muting me.
At an ad radio show in 2005.
Stop muting.
I'm playing you the clip.
Easy. Yeah, prove that he did it.
Prove that he
Prove
did it. Sure. Here's a clip of him admitting to doing
St.
it.
Mary's Cancer Centers.
Support for Biden when he was president. That's fine. We need to go back a little further. Got an instant Trump concept level. We know that Burger.
What does any of this have? Any of this
president
thing?
Question. Evidence for something very graceful and for a token of good faith to you, sir. Girls and women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. And my evidence of this would be him boasting about it on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005. Oh, wait, actually, you said that after I played the clip the first time. I'm lost. He did. He walked backstage into the women's only space. He said there were no men around, meaning it was a women and girls dressing room. And he specifically went in there to look at them when they were naked with no clothes on, as he said.
He didn't say that. Where is that?
How much do you want to bet?
He said.
How much do you want to bet that he?
Where he said, I saw them naked. I saw them with no clothes.
Yeah, for sure. How much do you want to bet that he said they had no clothes on?
And that's why he went in there.
How much do you want to bet? How much
Didn't
money
you
do you want to
just
bet that he
look-
didn't say that they had no clothes on? Oh, Tanner, you really dropped the ball there, buddy. You owe me $10.
Where does he say those words?
I'll play him again.
Is
Where does he
everyone
say they
okay?
have no
They're
clothes?
standing there with no clothes. Is everyone
He doesn't say they, does he?
okay?
Does he say
They're
they?
standing-
Yes.
Where does he say they?
In the clip I just played. Tanner, you're
Show
losing.
it.
You're
Where
losing
does
your
he say
mind.
the word they?
Is everyone
Where does
okay?
he say the
They're
word
standing there with no clothes.
He says there.
And I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
So that's not
Is
they.
everyone okay?
That's not
They're
they.
standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay?
It's not they.
He says they're standing there with no clothes.
Is there the same as they?
Tanner.
So he didn't say it. You owe me $10.
There.
You owe me $10. Send me my money.
What is their stand? What does their mean?
It means they are.
Yeah, they are. They are standing there with no
So he didn't
clothes.
say they. Where's my money?
You are rage baiting me, Tanner. You
Where's
are
my
rage
money?
baiting me so hard. You owe me $10. Where's my money?
Send my $10.
Oh, okay. So I just want to make it clear that your argument is he never said they were standing there with no clothes.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Because instead he said what? They are standing there with no clothes. So are you
send me my money.
saying? So are you saying that because he said they are standing there with no clothes, it wasn't wrong? But if he said they were standing there with no clothes, it would be wrong.
No, my argument was what he said.
I know, but obviously you're using this to like relevantly dispute the wrongness of it. So I just want to like clarify that you're saying because he said they are standing there with no clothes, it wasn't wrong. But in your mind, if he said they were standing there with no clothes, it would be wrong.
I'll be waiting. I accept Cash App. I accept Venmo.
No, I'm waiting for you to send me my $10 because the debate was if he said that they were standing there with no clothes or not.
I won the bet.
No, I did. I bet you $10 that he did say they were standing there with no clothes.
You can give me cash.
No, you owe me cash, Tanner.
Any form of payment.
No, you need to pay up. This guy's a spineless man, not a man of his word. You owe me $10. Stop trying to gaslight me. You owe me $10. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Anna, thank you for the $10 on PayPal saying because Tanner's not going to send it. Of course he's not. Of course he's not going to send it.
I won the
Jellin,
bet.
no, I won the bet because I won the bet. He said that they were standing there with no clothes. David, thank you for the $1, as well as Jellin with the $5 for Tanner pretending to care about a pronoun. As well as James with the $10 saying here's $10 to kick Tanner off. Oh, thank you for the love. You paid me $10. Guess I got to do it. As well as Casual Kai with the $10 sending $10 since guest is bad faith. Oh yeah, Tanner's so bad faith. We know Tanner. He's been around before. He is so bad faith. He's so bad faith. By the way, Tanner, you owe me $10, friend. Once again, you could donate that to me on my Venmo or PayPal. You could find a link tree in my bio. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Moving on to the next guest here. In the meantime, yo, Alex! Oh my God, dude, Alex! Thank you so much for the...
I feel like that just lifted millions of kids out of poverty. Another thing is the student debt relief, which he funded $4.5 billion to.
So it was Biden that increased the child tax credit with the American Rescue Plan in 2021, and that actually reduced childhood poverty by 40%. Was Biden. If you're talking about the small expansion, if you're talking about the small expansions in the child tax credit offered under the big beautiful bill, well, yeah, he did do that. However, Kamala Harris ran on doubling them. He just increased them by like $100. So you're just telling us that Kamala Harris would have been much better.
I was told that in college. I'm so sorry. I need to fact check some stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to run by me? No. There's not. She just left. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms, and I try to read them all off, like Danielle's message associated with her $25 donation. Thank you so much for the love, Danielle. Let's go ahead and open that up and read it off. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
I'm not doing it.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Well, it's good to meet you, dude. Give me 3 seconds here to read Danielle's message, and then I'll happily hop into a convo with you. Danielle says, you're awesome and changing lives every day. Buy something for Momo to chase around or get your lady some flowers. Danielle, you know I got a soft spot for those donations to buy shit for my girlfriend. I love them. Thank you so much, Danielle. That's very kind of you. Show some love to Danielle down below. Take it away, dude. Alex, why do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. Man, where do I start? The policies, the tariffs, the smell of deportations in the morning.
Oh my God, you're one of those. Yeah. So, do you get like sexually aroused by the deportations?
You know what? Can I tell you something? I'm Mexican myself.
I don't think I asked if you were Mexican. I asked if you get sexually aroused by the deportations. Like 50% of Trump supporters seem to. It is so fucking weird. You know that? It is fucking weird. It is so fucking weird. Like, you make the mass deportation your whole personality. You know what I mean? But here, answer this question. Name one positive outcome of mass deportation on American society.
Well, for example, that Hyundai factory in Georgia, you know, we're just bringing jobs back.
No, actually, those deportations temporarily shut the manufacturing facility down.
Well, temporarily until we get some Americans in there.
Okay, well, we already have 8 million open job opportunities in this country that Americans aren't filling, so what makes you think they would fill the 8.3 million jobs opened up via mass deportation?
Well, so the only thing I think of is we're trying to clean the streets. Washington is a much safer place, and that's where we're starting.
Oh, so you want to do a mass deportation because you think it'll make America safer?
I think so.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. Undocumented immigrants are already 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than citizens and account for 1% of overall violent crimes in America. But if you were to remove them, we'd only have more crime because of the economic destabilizing effects of firing 8.3 million of our workers and removing 11 million of our consumers. According to the American Immigration Council, our GDP would go down by 1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion per year, which would increase levels of poverty. And because a lot of crime is consequential of poverty, what would follow is more crime.
Well, you have a point, but
yes.
Hey, Dean.
Yeah.
I'm just trying not to waste your time. I'm a big fan of yours. I voted for Kamala. I'm on your side. I just wanted to say hi. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, he was doing good at parodying the Trump supporters, but get the hell out of here. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Dude, you could just like say the most insane shit ever. Like liking the smell of deportations in the morning. And nobody will doubt that you're a Trump supporter. Nobody will doubt that you're a Trump supporter. That is how far gone they are. That is how far gone they are. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. We got user 67 loading up. Yo, 67? Crazy. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, you're a child, so got to kick you. Moving on to Venomous Duck. Steven, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, saying the Fey Council does not approve of Tanner's use of semantics. Yo, he was a nut. As well as Michelle with the $10 on PayPal to sue Tanner. Yo, let's fucking go. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I don't appreciate what you're doing to my followers. I think it's really uncool what you're doing here.
Quite frankly, shut the hell up. Quite frankly, shut the hell up. Quite frankly, shut the hell up. Moving on to the next guest, we got Parker loading up. P-Dog connecting. Sandra, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Amelia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Sydney, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Sydney says, Dean, check into this. Reuters and Aaron Parnas just said Russian drones have been spotted entering into Poland. Yeah, I heard that. I am going to talk a lot more about that if anything comes of it. I really hope that nothing comes of it. Moving on to the next guest here. As well as Eric, thank you for the $25 donation over on PayPal. Eric didn't leave a message and only the love. Thank you so much, Eric. Show some love to Eric. As well as Margaret with the $10 on PayPal saying thank you for raising awareness all over the world. Never stop being yourself. You are appreciated. Dude, Margaret, that is so kind of you. Show some love to Margaret down below. As well as Leo with the $10 super chat saying Dean, you rock. And Joseph with the $10 super chat saying we need more young, well-informed people capable of critical thinking like you. I really appreciate your words, Joseph. I think this is what, like your second or third time hanging out with us in here? I recognize your name. I just appreciate you for the love. Let's go and move on to the next guest right now, everyone. What is up? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not actually.
Base, but we are just looking for MAGA. Guys, we have enough time for maybe like one more Trump supporter to come up here to debate us. One more. Quite frankly. We're going to try to get him up here right now, guys.
I love you.
I love you. I love you.
Jeez. Took me a while to kick you. They just kept going. They just kept going. What's up, libertarian? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think you're a true libertarian. Hey, let me ask you, do you agree with more border patrol?
Not really, but I support some of his policies, like Castle Bridge.
Right. You shouldn't support more border patrol because that would be a restriction on the natural flow of labor entry into the market, which would be against libertarian principles.
I like him over Kamala.
Kamala, that's how you pronounce her name. How old are you?
15.
Oh. Hey man, listen, you still got time to grow. This life's for people that are 18 plus. What I'd highly recommend to you is entertaining conversations with people that are on the left, exploring politics and coming to conclusions. When I was 15, I think I was a libertarian too. Just know that you could change it around, man. Know that you can. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Dude, Bo, no, man, you shouldn't.
Hey, why do you vape so much?
It's an anxiety pin. Why do you...
Quit masking it, bro. You know it's a vape.
It's not a vape. Thank you so much, Bo.
Why you look like...
I don't look like Trump.
Oh, look,
you're delusional.
You're taking after our president.
I think you're delusional. I think you just see Trump in everything because you're so obsessed with his tiny penis. Tiny penis Trump, and you're so obsessed with the orange skin and the small tail credit. I don't know, man.
When did this become about penis, dude?
Yeah, that was. I don't know. I don't know how I got there. My bad, dude. I don't know how I got there. I just wanted to say something.
Follow me on Instagram.
Listen,
follow
Bo.
me on TikTok.
I just wanted to say something about Trump, and for whatever reason, the first thing that came to my head was his tiny penis. I don't know how it got there either. Okay, I don't know why you're self-promoting.
Why did you do me?
Because you were self-promoting. Just tell us why you support Trump.
I honestly just came here to talk about you vaping. I mean, I love Trump.
So they give a reason why.
I don't know. I'm not into all that politics shit. I just think it's funny because you get really mad at people that support Trump, and I think you should grow up and have a life.
Okay, I need to grow up and have a life.
Yeah, I mean, it's not all about having beef with everybody else, dude. Like, just love one another and don't care about what other people believe in. Just.
I have a question. When you're working your job, okay, everybody that you meet and interact with, do they only meet and interact with you when you're working your job?
When I'm working my job, do people only meet and
like? Do you only meet customers of your job when you're working your job?
I mean, yeah.
Oh! So the same way I'm only gonna meet you.
This is not your job, bro.
This is my job. Yes, it is.
Like, why? Why?
Why is this my job? Because I really like it, and it pays the bills.
You like arguing.
I like debating and advocating for the country to be better.
Debating and arguing are two different things, bro. You just want to see people pissed off.
Not really. That's kind of when guests are on the live and they're super pissed off. It's kind of annoying, Bo. I would prefer.
I'm not pissed off. I
think you're a little bit lost.
They're dissing on my TikTok account now.
Okay, Bo. We're gonna go and kick you. And move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest up in here. 1 second. Tanner, I'm gonna sue you unless you send me $10 right now.
We're gonna
Tanner.
have a real debate this time.
I'll have a real debate with you after you send me my $10.
I won the bet.
No, I won the bet. Send me my 10. Send me my 10 right now, Tanner.
You're gonna run away from me?
No, I'm gonna continue to be on your ass about sending me my $10. That $10 in your bank account, it's mine. Gags.
I beat
Nothing to
you
say.
in the bet.
No, you didn't. Tanner. Give me my 10.
You owe me money.
He's running away, guys. He's running away from paying up. What a weak man. Running away from paying up.
I'm here to have a debate.
All right. And I'm here to have you pay up on the bet that you made. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Ronan connecting. I'm going to sue him. I'm gonna sue him. I'm gonna sue him. I'm gonna sue them all. That's so funny. I'm gonna sue him over $10. Oh, that's pretty funny. Let's go to move on to that next guest. We got Magnus loading it in. All right. Hey, Phil, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. Phil, that's so fucking kind of you. Phil says, thank you for the 2 hours of entertainment and seeing you change the minds of the cult. You are the real MVP. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's get 300 Phil W's. As well as Alexia with the $25 on Venmo. Alexia says, my daughter showed me your show from a crotchety Gen Xer. Good job. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you, Phil and Alexia. Show some love to Phil and Alexia in the chat. As well as Ed with the $2.50, Amelia with the $5, Leah with the $5, Gia with a 1, and then Chelsea with a 5. Guys, thank you so much for the love. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $50 donation over at Venmo. This just in. Kelly with a $50 donation says, Hyundai brings in their own team to set up new plants, just like in Montgomery, Alabama, to ensure that everything runs to their standards. And then guess what? They train American workers to take over. Their foreign team lays the foundation, and then they hand over the jobs to U.S. citizens. I think that makes perfect sense to me, right? Because, of course, they'd want people working at the new plants that already have experience to make sure that it runs right. But if they haven't already operated facilities in America, how are you going to have people that do that unless they're, coming from overseas? So it makes perfect sense. Kelly, I appreciate you for the $50. As well as Magnus, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I want to clarify. I don't personally support Trump, but there's two big of his points that I do support.
Well,
and I'd like to just discuss it with you because I know we're definitely going to have some differing opinions on the things, but I just want to clarify. Sorry, I'm a little.
I mean, I don't usually debate people unless they support Trump, but what's one of the points that you support him on?
Specifically abortion and Islamic immigration into America.
Okay, I'll talk to you. So you think that abortion should be banned, and you think that Muslims should be banned from immigrating here?
Yeah, pretty much I don't think Muslims should be allowed within the U.S.
Why?
Specifically, do you understand Sharia law?
Yeah, I also understand that Muslim immigrants immigrate to America to escape Sharia law.
Yeah, but at the same time, if they're escaping Sharia law, can you really call them Muslim? Because they're not following the Quran to its fullest.
Wait, so now you're arguing that a fundamentalist depiction of the Quran and Islam as a whole is the one true depiction of the religion. I mean, wait. I could just simply say, right, the fundamentalist view of Christians that think slavery is okay and created the slave Bible in order to justify chattel slavery in America for 250 years. That was the one true depiction of Christianity. So now all of a sudden, if you don't think the enslavement of Africans in America was okay, then you're not a true Christian. I could do that too, right?
Well, first of all, if you're going to just sit here and mute me and just try to just expel a point, then there's no argument to be had here. We're not debating. You're just sitting here saying what you want to say.
Well, I mean, I muted you because you interrupted me.
Slavery version of Christianity is not the original Christianity that Jesus had intended.
Okay, so now you're just arguing that you hold to a different interpretation of the Bible and its text, and that's
there's
not
no
something
different
that Jesus
interpretation.
intended.
I mean, Jesus Christ, the Lord himself, did not want people to be enslaved or to be treated harshly.
What does Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 say?
I can't call it off the top of my head. Why don't you say it for me?
Yeah. You may get your male and your female slaves from the nations around you, and from them you may bequeath your slaves and own them as property. You may
If I'm not mistaken, that's Old Testament, correct?
Right, and Jesus is God, correct?
Jesus was the new law. He broke the old law. We are no longer required to follow the Old Testament. And that's how I know you don't really know.
That's not the question that I asked you. I asked you if Jesus was God.
Jesus is God, yes.
Okay.
He's the physical manifestation of
and
God.
who gave Moses the Mosaic Law?
Arguably God, but if we're going to sit there and look at it, then we have to look at it because of the fact that it's a Jewish interpretation.
It's a Jewish interpretation? Oh, God.
Well, I mean, Jesus himself specifically distincts himself from the Jewish population. He specifically calls them the den of vipers and snakes. And the people that used the law of Moses against him, he specifically said that wasn't what he was for.
Wait. So if the Old Testament is just Jewish interpretation, and you're super anti-Semitic too, and you just think all Jewish individuals are snakes.
No, I'm not anti-Semitic,
right?
but I mean,
does this mean that you don't follow the Ten Commandments because the Ten Commandments is a Jewish interpretation written by snakes?
Jesus himself specifically said he was coming here to break the old law.
So the Ten Commandments are null and void?
I mean, specifically, that's what Jesus said. Yeah.
Okay. Then also, you don't believe in like the story of like Genesis and Adam and Eve, right?
I mean, I believe there's truth to it, but it's not the whole story.
Wait, how can you believe that there's truths to it if it's just a misinterpretation written by snakes?
Because, I mean, can we agree that not everything in history gets written down?
Oh, wait, so then you're saying that the Bible's inaccurate?
I mean, there's probably some
Wait,
inaccuracy.
come on, that should have been my first critique. That should have been my first critique. Yes, that should have been my first critique. You said that the Old Testament is some like inaccurate Jewish representation. That just means that you think that the Bible's
now we're debating
wrong.
more religious philosophy.
Dude, come on. Oh my God, why wasn't that so obvious to me the first time around? You just said that the Bible's wrong, you fucking blasphemer.
No, I didn't. I said there's some inaccuracies in it because within all of history, can we agree that there's not always the most accurate?
Exactly. So then you just said that there's some inaccuracies in it. So then you think that the Bible's not fallible. Or sorry, is fallible.
No, and when I say inaccuracies, I don't mean like everything in it is wrong or what they put down specifically is wrong.
What's an inaccuracy?
I didn't say it right. I'm just trying to sit here and say that they didn't put everything in there that actually happened. Because if they did that, don't you think that the Bible's going to be a lot more?
Not putting everything that is true in a book doesn't mean that the book is inaccurate.
No, not everything that is true.
Because an inaccuracy would specifically be something that is false.
Like the specific details of everything. Like a lot of people have this misunderstanding that Adam and Eve were the only humans and we specifically came from them. If that was the case, then how did their, I believe one of their sons got a wife, did he not?
Yeah, no, that is true. From a neighboring village.
What I mean is that, and I'm not saying it right, so my fault, but not everything in the Bible is specified out in exact detail. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's like a pretty like common interpretation of Christian theologians that like not everything that is true is included within the Bible. You know, that's like how a lot of people argue like this like variant of Christianity that is not conducive towards fundamentalism. And will like argue that evolution is true. It's just not depicted in the Bible for like miscellaneous reasons. Right. But now, I like I said, kind of going back to like the main point here. First and foremost, it's crazy for you to call all Jewish individuals snakes. That's anti-Semitic.
Not all Jewish individuals, because obviously there's different types of Jews. There's secular Jews.
Let's call Jewish individuals, not Jews. Thank you.
Well, that's specifically what they call themselves as well.
I don't know, man. When I hear somebody call Jewish individuals like Jews, like I don't know, man. I just think that term.
Well, I'm not
going
to get offended if somebody.
I think that term was just used during like the Holocaust to dehumanize Jewish individuals to justify, I
understand
genocide
that point,
of 6 million of them. So I try to stay away from that. Right, and then second point here. Once again, you're arguing that like Muslims shouldn't be able to enter into America because of Sharia law. I mean, I think that like I made two really strong points that you should consider here. The first strong point would be that Muslim immigrants immigrating into America are typically going to America to escape Sharia law. The second point would be that upholding the Sharia law is not the only interpretation of Islam. In fact, it's like a pretty like minority fundamentalist interpretation of the religion.
Go and look at what Muhammad said,
third point, I would also bring up the fact that you're just calling for a violation and infringement and termination of the First Amendment.
How so?
I think that SCOTUS ruled that like blocking immigration of all Muslim individuals was a violation of their First Amendment right to freedom of religion.
Right. But at the same time, we also have to sit here and look at the reality of it. Within the religion, if we're going to go look back at what Muhammad was doing and what Muhammad specifically said, they want to kill anybody that is not willing to convert to Islam.
Okay, so once again, so now
I'm not done iterating my point real quick. Just let me finish, and you can say whatever you want. And so, if that is originally what Muhammad wanted, right, and then there's Muslims escaping that, I mean, they're not fully going along with what their prophet wanted. And then saying that, we can't sit here and really truly defer who is and who is the bad guy, because you can come here and say, "Oh yeah, I'm claiming asylum, yada this, yada that," but I mean, how are we really going to tell until it's too late?
So point number one, you're telling me that like somewhere in the Quran or Hadiths or whatnot, apparently Prophet Muhammad says that we need to kill people that aren't in Islam. Well, we're going to assume that that's true, okay? And in assuming that that's true, let's look at what the Bible says. So 1 Samuel 15:3.
Does Jesus say kill infidels?
Actually, 1 Samuel 15:3, God commanded the genocide of all Amalekites, man, woman, goat, and child. It's
That's
still
not Jesus.
God. It is Jesus, because Jesus is God, and that was a command from God. God commanded the genocide of all Amalekites, man, woman, and child. Not to mention that you said that apparently Prophet Muhammad, stop interrupting me, little boy, wanted to like kill people. Stop interrupting me, little boy. Hey, little boy, pipe down. Okay, you're getting schooled right now. Classes in session. I think that you need to calm down. You said that we're born in the same year. I'm not calling you a little boy because of how many times you've been around the sun. I'm calling you a little boy because of your lack of maturity, your lack of intelligence, and honestly, your bad faith position, demeanor, and this debate conducive to that of a goddamn kindergartner. So what will it be, little boy? Are you gonna sit the fuck down, calm down, shut up and listen, or you can continue to yap, whine, and moan while I'm trying to educate you about your holy scripture? Honestly, it's pretty heretical and anti-Christian of you to attempt to silence me when I'm just trying to read the Bible. Okay? This is a heretic, an anti-Christian heretic. This is the problem with America today. People like this heretic and other crazy right-wingers are launching an attack on Christianity and on Christians as a whole. I can't even publicly talk about the Bible, about the Word of God, without heretics and blasphemers such as Magnus down here trying to silence me. Okay?
You're the one that keeps muting me, man.
Yes, because you're interrupting me. I'm going to try one more time. This is going to be my last time tried, but seriously. On a real note, you know, like fun rage baiting aside, if you don't shut the hell up, I'm going to kick you. Because if you don't shut the hell up, we can't have a productive dialogue.
Says the one yelling, but all right.
All right, but like seriously, cut the religious intolerance out here, sir. You know, stop it.
Not religious intolerance. I'm going by the scripture.
No, you are being incredibly religiously intolerant by interrupting the Bible reading. I'm going to go back to the Bible reading. So 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands the genocide of the Amalekites, man, woman, and child. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. Now these are going to be incredibly relevant here because you said apparently Muhammad said to kill people that weren't believers. Well, guess what? In Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, not only does God say that slavery is okay, but he specifically only says it's okay for non-Israelites. Oh, wow. That's nuts, huh? Right? So if you were an Israelite, right, you could not enslave another Israelite. And he makes that explicitly clear. But if you're an Israelite, you could enslave a non-Israelite. So it's funny because you're like, we shouldn't allow any Muslims into America because apparently at some point in history, Prophet Muhammad said to kill non-Muslims. But now we're learning that your God said it's okay to enslave non-Israelites. Not to mention, if we look at the Crusades, killing people that don't believe in your religion, they were started by the Christians.
I'm gonna have to say you definitely have some historical and scripture inaccuracies because once again, Jesus came to break the old law. The Old Testament was null and void. And you keep going by the Old Testament when I made that my point over and over. And specifically why I say this about Islam is because within the Islamic commandments that Muhammad has given, their whole point is to conquer. Their whole point is to convert. In Christianity, with Jesus, go back in there. Does Jesus himself, answer me this, does Jesus himself say to kill non-Christians or non-people of Israel? No. He says all the people are my sons of God.
Yes.
Jesus himself says that.
Yes, God himself says that. 1 Samuel 15:3. To slaughter and kill the Amalekites.
A lot of the comments are correct. We are getting too far off from the original point.
Yes, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but God literally does say that. He commands the genocide of the Amalekites.
Does Jesus, Yeshua, does he say that?
Oh, okay. So you only care if Jesus said it, not if God the Father said it. What's the Trinity?
If it's in the Old Testament, like I just said, and you're not listening.
Wait, even though it's in the Old Testament, doesn't change the fact that God commanded that.
It changes the fact that that was the old law and Jesus is the new law. What do you?
I'm so sorry. Are you saying that God hasn't always been all good?
I mean, if we're going to go look at the history of it.
Has God always been all good?
The Amalekites that you mentioned, correct?
Has God always been all good?
Well, not by our definition of good. He has a grander plan for the universe than we do. We can't understand his concepts and what he holds as right and good truly.
So you deny that God is all good. You're heretic. You're actually heretic. You're actually fucking heretic. That's crazy.
I'm literally not. I'm just breaking it down to not be a fucking simple-minded idiot.
Is God all good or not?
Yeah.
Okay, God is all good.
I would say generally Christians support good values and good morals. And
no, I'm not asking you about Christians. I'm asking you about the Christian God. Is God perfect?
The Christian God. If we're led by the Christian God, then I would say so,
God
yes.
is God perfect?
Yes.
Okay. If God's perfect, this would imply that God is all good. Goodness is an essential attribute of his being, correct?
Correct. But also, like I was
trying to say... Stop. Shut the fuck up. I'm making an argument.
No, fuck you, dude. You just interrupted me.
Somebody's getting an argument. Oh, somebody's getting pissed. Dude, I'm in the middle of an argument. I'm asking you, is God all good as a leading question to an argument? Stop fucking freaking out and allow me to make my argument.
I'm not freaking out.
Or you're going to get pushed.
You
are freaking out because I'm just trying to make a super, like, simple, easy, and quick argument, and you're not letting me because you just want to yap and yap and yap. So now we agreed that God is all good. So now that we've agreed that God is all good, okay, was it the Christian God who commanded the genocide of the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3?
Yes, but if you also go look at the actions committed by the Amalekites.
So if God is all good and God commanded that genocide, would you say that genocide was good?
Have a point to make. It's crazy.
It's because I'm trying to make an argument here. So you just agreed to two things. You said that God was all good. You said that God was all good. And you said that God commanded the genocide of the Amalekites.
Butt in. Let me finish my sentence.
Dude, because I'm the one making an argument. Sometimes I will have to ask you a handful of questions in order to make an argument. But what you are doing is when I'm asking you these questions to create an argument, you are then trying to interject in the middle of the questions and espouse a bunch of shit. Now, you could espouse all the shit that you want, but first, allow me to construct an argument. I feel like your problem is that you know I'm better educated on these subjects than you. You know I'm a better debater than you. And if you actually allow me to construct an argument here and you stop applying this baseless resistance to me by attempting to muddy the water, by interrupt and say, yeah, Dean, God is all good, but now I'm going to yap for 5 minutes about some shit that you didn't ask me. You are just simply trying to prevent me from constructing a greater argument. So if you do this prevention of my construction of an argument again, I'm going to kick you because it is just antithetical to that of a productive dialogue. So you've affirmed that you think that God is all good. Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's your last interruption. I'm now intolerant to your interruptions. If you interrupt me again, you're gone. So you've now affirmed that you think God is all good. You've affirmed that God commanded the genocide of the Amalekites, meaning that you'd logically have to affirm that the genocide of the Amalekites was good. And because Jesus is also all good, then this means that you'd have to logically affirm that Jesus would say the the genocide of the Amalekites was good.
Well, God's desire to destroy the Amalekites was a response to their malicious and unprovoked attack on their wary, Israelite travelers after they fled Egypt.
Really? The Amalekite babies were doing malicious and unprovoked attacks?
I mean, I can't speak on that, but I will say this. If there's a nation set on destroying you, and that's what they're teaching their children, I don't want to slaughter everybody, but I can't understand a grander being's design for the universe, man. We're human.
Right.
We think it's worldly minds. We don't
isn't that
have
funny?
the type of brain that a Lord
Isn't it funny? So you came up here saying that we should stop all Muslim immigration into America because apparently Muslims think that we should kill non-Muslims. And now you are literally justifying a genocide on children in accordance with the Christian religion. You see what I mean there? You see what I mean there? You see what I mean there? Here's my take. Here is my take. I actually think that religion can be so cool and so good when deployed correctly. God, there are so many good Christians that I know and that I love. And honestly, I look at their relationship with their God and their faith, and I think it is admirable as hell. Same thing with so many Muslims. Same thing with so many Jewish individuals. Same thing with so many non-Abrahamic individuals. I think that religion can be a symbol of peace and love. But guess what? There are fundamentalist Christians, like that last guy, that literally justified slaughtering children in the Christian religion. There's also fundamentalist Muslims in the Islamic religion that justify Prophet Muhammad sleeping with a 9-year-old and treating women like absolute fucking shit that I just think is so disgusting. There's fundamentalists in Judaism that will justify a lot of that same shit from the Torah and the Tanakh and the Old Testament, similar to that last guess in relation to Christianity. And I think all of that shit is morally abhorrent and gross, and I just can't understand it, right? It is so crazy. But guess what? That is true of every Abrahamic religion. Every Abrahamic religion has piece of shit fundamentalists with just terrible, decrepit ideals. Just like every Abrahamic religion has really awesome good faith individuals that genuinely use their respective religion as a symbol of peace and love to make the world around them better. But the moment you start targeting specific religions, like Islam, for instance, and you start talking about a lot of the fundamentalist bullshit in Islam, like Sharia law, fuck that shit. I'm going to be so honest. And you try to make an argument that they should be discriminated, they should be targeted, Muslims as a whole because of that, is a moment when you become illogical and special plea simply because it is also true of every other Abrahamic religion as well, okay? All fundamentalist positions of every Abrahamic religion suck and are so bad for the world. So you can't just specially plea and attack one. You also cannot look at a fundamentalist sect of one religion, turn around and use that as a signal to therefore prosecute every member of that religion, even if they don't hold on to a fundamentalist interpretation. Like, for instance, that last goober, he justified the slaughter, the torture, and the killing of babies in accordance with the Christian religion. Does that give me the right to turn around and to tell every other Christian watching this live that you are all pieces of shit that think the genocide of children is okay? No, because you don't hold that interpretation of the religion. So anyways, there you go. There's my thoughts. Where's my thoughts? All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. In fact, well, I guess that should have been our last guest for the night. We'll do one more. If we could get them up here soon. Yeah. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Let's get him done!
Yeah.
How old are you?
14.
Have a good day, man. Have a good day. We're going to get that next guest, Paul, up here. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not here. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Actually, I'm black. I don't know if you've heard of us.
Santana, what's going on, man? I didn't even mean to click on you, but welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry for asking if you were MAGA. Whoa, sorry. I just had like that was crazy. That was crazy internally. I just completely switched up my whole mental load. I was totally expecting some Trump supporter to pop up here. Next thing I know, it's Santana. What's going on?
No, listen, I don't want to hold up your live, and I know you're trying to get one more. I just wanted to give a quick update because I heard you talking about the possible drone strike in Poland and Russia.
Yeah.
So the latest, and this is about as of 32 minutes ago. Just for anyone that's wondering, and also for you. So what happened is officially there are no drones in Poland. That's the official word. But based off of the telegram that was sent from Ukraine to Poland, which has caused Poland and also their allies to actually scramble the airspace, Russia has about 100 drones about 40 miles away from the Poland border. They're still in Ukraine, but they're about 40 miles from the border. There's some unofficial reports that a couple of drones have been shot down, but at this moment, nothing has officially happened. They are preparing for the possibility for them to actually go into Poland. There's no clear understanding as far as what the quote unquote intentions are at the moment, but it's getting crazy.
Oh my God, dude. if those drones go into Poland, we're
It's gonna be really bad.
We'd be the closest, like we'd be closer to World War III than we were during the Cold War.
Yeah. They again, everyone's on high alert. Poland's on high alert. They have their air force ready. The allies are on high alert. They said it's about 100 drones, but they're they're in the airspace of Poland, but they're not in Poland, which is like a very important detail.
Yeah. I hope that doesn't happen. I don't think Russia's that stupid.
You know what? I feel like Putin has kind of been emboldened by the dictator conference that they had last week. I think that they are trying to present a united force and kind of a show of force, especially because Putin basically came out and said, he had alternatives when it came to like meeting with Trump versus meeting with Xi Jinping and what's the president of India?
I forget their name.
Yeah, but anyway, they had additional options, so it's going to be interesting, especially after Israel bombed Qatar, right? Like, there's a lot happening today.
Yeah, about Russia and Poland, real quick. I will say, I don't think Russia's going to do shit. I think that Russia is reckless, dumb, and stupid for so many reasons. I don't think they're stupid enough to start World War III.
No.
Yeah.
But you know what? If they're desperate enough, I don't know. Trap them in a corner.
I don't know. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that they're not going to hit Poland. I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident in that. So that's my official position. If you're curious, I'm pretty damn confident that they're not going to hit Poland.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to hop up for half a second. I heard you talking about it. I had been reading about it. There's a lot of misinformation out as far as like what has or has not happened, but officially they're not in Poland yet. They're in the airspace. They're not in Poland. Reuters has been giving updates. I've been checking Al Jazeera, BBC. There's some local reporting that's coming out of Poland as well. But yeah, I'm staying up to date, and if I see anything, I'll shoot it to you. So. I
appreciate that, man. You have a good rest of your day. Appreciate you for coming up here and explaining that. You take care.
Yep. Have a good one.
Yeah. I think that there's like many reasons why I'm pretty confident that Russia wouldn't strike Poland and start World War III. The biggest one is, okay, first, before I finish that sentence, I need to address somebody in my YouTube chat. Someone in the YouTube chat says, don't make World War III jokes. It's too serious. Then they followed that up by saying, Dean can't say lies like that. So offensive. Shimmer is their name. Shimmer. It's not a joke that if they struck Poland, World War III would start. It would. Under Article 5 of the NATO treaty, Russia strikes NATO territory. We strike Russia. NATO strikes Russia. NATO striking Russia is World War III. That's a fact. So I don't know what to tell you, Shimmer. That would be World War III. If Russia struck Poland, World War III would be contractually started. We would be contractually obligated to start World War III if Russia struck Poland under Article 5. Now, I'm pretty confident that Russia will not strike Poland. Near 100%. Obviously, I can't say 100%. I would say like 98%. Damn near certain. Because look at like how much they have suffered in their invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine has been kicking ass, kinda. The ruble is in the dirt. Their economy is shit. And Russia isn't doing too well, And that's just one country. That's Ukraine. If they were to start war with NATO, woof. They wouldn't do too well. But that's it for me for the day. I'm going to stay updated with that, and so should you. Gary, thank you for the baby dragon. You should definitely stay updated with that. Because even though I'm pretty damn confident they're not going to do anything, it's still pretty important to keep an eye on. So I'm going to go to an end for the night. I love you all. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in. I will see you again tomorrow. I'm probably going to be live. There's a chance I'm going to take the day off tomorrow and be with Parker. I don't know yet. You guys might see some stuff coming soon though. Peace and love, everyone. Y'all have a good one. Bye-bye.